Hey guys, tonight we're diving deep underground literally. You blink into consciousness surrounded by cold, compact earth. It's pitch black, airless, and for some reason, you smell mercury. You're lying in a stone chamber, sealed shut from the outside, and something is off with your body. Stiff, unfamiliar, ancient. Your fingertips brush against smooth tiles. Your chest rises with laborious breath, and your heart begins pounding like war drums. You sit up and realize no, this isn't a nightmare. You're in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, and you are him now. Congratulations. You probably won't survive this. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, tell me in the comments, what time is it, where you are, and what corner of the world are you tuning in from? Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You push against the ceiling. Nothing budges, but something's humming. Faint vibrations ripple through the tomb walls. A mechanical noise. A drill. Jackhammer. Your senses strain, and then crack. A floodlight pours through a jagged opening, and dust dances in the beam. You stumble upward, clawing your way into fresh air. Except, it's not fresh. It stinks of gasoline pollution and instant noodles. You emerge dazed, covered in centuries of grave mold into what looks like a construction site. A pair of workers scream. One drops his phone. Another faints. You blink at the blinking lights. Around you, towering metal cranes loom like strange mechanical beasts. A woman yells into a walkie-talkie. You mumble something in old Chinese, probably, about the mandate of heaven, and they back away like you're radioactive. Eventually, you're hustled into a van. A smartphone is thrust into your hand. Its screen glows. You recoil at the moving images like a divination mirror possessed. You've skipped forward over 2,000 years, and people are still building stuff on top of your grave. Typical. As you're poked and swabbed and declared mostly human, you start to remember. Slowly, your mind fills with details, some regal, others horrific. You are Ying Zheng, born a prince of Qin, and once upon a time you clawed your way to the throne at 13. 13. Most kids that age can barely manage algebra, but you were already plotting the unification of all under heaven. Back then, China was a mess, 7 warring kingdoms constantly trying to stab bribe or marry their way into power. But not you. You were ambitious, ruthless, and oddly fascinated with maps the size of carpets. You liked things neat, controlled, predictable. At first, you were just the king of Qin, but you had bigger dreams, ridiculous dreams, honestly. You weren't satisfied ruling a fragment. You wanted the whole thing, Han Jiao Wei Chu Yanqi, all of them. You remember the smell of blood on battlefields, the taste of bronze in your mouth, the weight of decisions that ended tens of thousands of lives. You don't flinch at that. You never did. Still, there's one moment you keep coming back to. It's not a battle, not a grand speech. It's the night you chose your name, Shi Huangdi, the first August emperor. You didn't want to be just a king. Kings die. Kings are replaced. Emperors, though, emperors start dynasties. They write themselves into the heavens. But even now, lying under fluorescent lights and suspicious modern gazes, a question gnaws at you. Was it worth it? Historians still argue whether your brutal methods brought long-term peace or just delayed chaos. Sure, you unified China, standardized currency, introduced a universal script, built roads, But you also burned books, buried scholars, and let's not forget your obsession with immortality. Oh, yes, we'll get there. But for now, you rest your head on what feels like a hospital pillow, your mind buzzing with timelines, regrets, and just a little bit of mercury-induced madness. You catch your reflection in a mirror. Your face, your real face, is younger than expected. Not the sagging visage of a mummified emperor, but strong-jawed, sharp-eyed. A relic brought back in prime form. A nurse offers you a juice box. You don't know what juice is, but you accept it with grace. Even in exile, even in confusion, you are the first emperor, and history isn't done with you yet. You sit quietly in the back of a moving vehicle, watching a new world flash past the windows like ghosts of the empire you once ruled. Streets hum with glowing machines. Towering glass palaces pierce the clouds. Neon dragons curl across shop signs. Somewhere out there, people snap pictures of dumplings, scroll through glowing scrolls they call phones, and refer to your conquests in bullet points. The nurse beside you points out the window. You follow her gesture, and then you see them. Rows. Thousands of them. Lined up in rigid formation like you ordered them just yesterday, your terracotta soldiers. You lean forward, breath caught. Each one carved with a different face. Some stern, some weary, some look like they're about to yawn. But they're still standing guard after 2 millennia silent protectors of your eternal rule. Except, you're not underground anymore. You're being driven past the museum of the Terracotta Army. A sign says so. English and Chinese letters dance side by side. And tourists, thousands of them, are snapping selfies with your stone legions like it's a carnival. You squint at them. People with hats shaped like ducks. Screaming children. A man licking an ice cream cone in front of a general you once personally promoted. You're not sure what's more offensive, the melting sugar or the duck hat. And then the smell hits. Thick, greasy, synthetic. The scent of 1,000,000 engines, plastic food containers, and hot asphalt baking under sunless clouds. You cough. Your royal lungs, once nourished by mountain breezes and lotus blossoms, are now filled with what you assume must be coal-flavored air. You crane your neck upward. The sun is barely visible. A pale disk smothered behind what moderns politely call PM 2.5. You'd call it war crimes against the sky. You're taken to a government building. The name on the plaque is incomprehensible, but the architecture screams functional authoritarianism. You feel a strange warmth in your chest. It reminds you of your own palaces, drab, massive, and soul-crushing in the best way. Inside, someone hands you a mask. You try to wear it like a sleep sash. They gently rotate it onto your mouth. A young man bows respectfully and begins speaking fluent Mandarin. You catch a few words: First Emperor, Miracle Intact Preservation, and weirdly, TikTok. He gestures to a screen where someone is reacting to your emergence with a video captioned Qin Shi Huang found alive, followed by what you can only guess are emojis. Probably spells, given how strange they look. Still, the memories keep crawling back. You recall your obsession with dragons. Not just the ones carved into jade or painted on your battle flags. No, you believed in them, as symbols, as omens. The scholars you employed, at least the ones you didn't bury alive, spent years trying to trace the constellation's map, the rhythms of the wind, interpret the silence of stones. You were building an empire, not just of land, but of the heavens. You even ordered your ministers to collect the names of mythical mountains, the ones where gods were said to live. Why? So you could send envoys bearing jade tablets pleading the immortals to let you live forever. Historians still argue whether you actually believed in these quests or just used them as political theater. But deep down, you know the truth. You were terrified of death. Maybe that's why you built your tomb with such paranoia. Traps, arrows triggered by tripwires, rivers of mercury. You wanted to die like a god, or at least scare off the archaeologists. And yet, here you are, out of the ground, coughing up smog, watching your legacy go viral. A thought creeps in. What if this is the afterlife, a punishment for your hubris, forced to wander a world where your name is in textbooks? Your soldiers are in souvenir shops, and your once feared empire is now a museum attraction beside a gift store that sells plush toy horses in armor. Your stomach growls. Someone offers you beef instant noodles. You inspect the packaging like it's a royal decree. The smell is aggressive, like boiling cow and mischief. You eat it anyway. It's not terrible. You ask Well Grunt whether any of your original palaces still stand. A translator replies, just foundations, and some very nice scale models in the gift shop. Of course, even your capital Xianyang, the city you expanded with straight streets and tight regulations, was burned down a few decades after your death. All that meticulous planning gone in a bonfire of rebellion. You sip your hot noodle broth and try to ignore the irony. There's a mural on the wall showing your conquest of the Six Kingdoms. Painted in bright, almost cartoonish style, you lean forward, trace the outlines of your old enemies with a trembling finger. Han, Zhao, Wei, Chu, Yan, Qi. Each one fell. You remember the weight of their crowns being placed before you, the thousands of scrolls rewritten in your language, the coins melted and recast with your symbols, the people told to forget their kings and remember you. And now you're here, alone, disoriented, possibly hallucinating, but you are still Qin Shi Huang, and history hasn't seen the last of you. You wake in what they call a hotel room. A strange name like the title of a low-ranking eunuch. The bed is soft, unnervingly so. The lights obey tiny plastic sticks, and there's a bowl that sings when you push a button. You spent 20 minutes trying to interrogate the toilet before realizing it flushed itself. Sorcery. Outside, the city moans. Horns engines' voices speaking into thin air. You peer through the glass, a transparent wall stronger than jade, and see a swarm of people living lives far beyond your comprehension. But some things remain familiar. Ambition, trade, noise, dust. You stare at your reflection in the mirror again. Your face, his face, is ageless, but your eyes are centuries deep. You are Yingjing born during chaos, raised among assassins' courtiers and paranoid mothers. You remember how young you were when power fell into your lap. Barely a teenager, and already expected to carry the fate of the state of Qin. It wasn't just a kingdom, it was a coiled spring ready to strike. Your ministers were snakes and hawks. Your rivals underestimated you, and that was their final mistake. You were born into warring states China. Picture 7 dogs tearing at the same bloody bone. Hanzhao Weichu Yanqi, and your own mighty Qin. Everyone claimed the mandate of heaven. Everyone thought they'd be the last one standing. But you didn't just want to win. You wanted to end the game. It started with the Battle of Changping, even before your full reign. Qin's armies crushed Zhao, and their soldiers, tens of thousands, were buried alive in pits. A warning to the rest. You learned early that mercy was just weakness with good PR. Once you officially took power, you surrounded yourself with talent. harsh but effective, like Li Si, your chancellor, brilliant, cruel, and obsessed with order. He convinced you to unify writing weights and currency. He also helped you burn the books. More on that later. Your strategy was simple force. You were relentless. The people of Chu mocked your armies. You retaliated with such brutality that their royal family fled like thieves. Yan dared send an assassin. You burned their capital to ash. You didn't just conquer kingdoms. You dismantled them. Every border erased. Every local law overwritten. Everything was brought under your direct control. And then you crowned yourself Shi Huangdi, first emperor. Not king, not duke, not lord. You made up a new title because none of the old ones were good enough. And here's the part that makes modern scholars twitch. You didn't just unify China. You invented it. Before you, China was an idea. After you, it was a reality, one that's still grappling with the legacy you left behind. You even named your dynasty after your state, Qin, pronounced Qin, which may be where the word China comes from. Irony, much. They made plush toys of your empire's name. Historians still debate whether your reforms brought lasting unity or sowed the seeds of future tyranny. But you didn't care about their opinion. You were too busy codifying the law regulating axle widths and making sure your roads were so straight they could be used for archery practice. Speaking of which, those roads, you had over 4,000 miles of them, all leading to your capital. You thought in terms of eternity, how to move troops fast, move taxes faster, and move fear fastest of all. You demanded uniformity. Scripts were standardized so a decree written in Qin could be read in Qi. Coins were circular with square holes just like heaven over earth, but your greatest unifier, fear. You didn't just rule with an iron fist. You built the fist, sharpened it into a blade, and waved it at anyone who blinked. At court, you trusted no one. You had decoys when you traveled. You banned free debate. You rewarded informants. Even your own sons didn't know what you were planning. Modern scholars still argue, were you paranoid or simply smart? Back in the hotel, a documentary plays on the screen. It shows a CGI version of you riding a chariot, hair blowing heroically while triumphant music blares. You look absurd, but the facts scroll across the bottom. In just 10 years, Qin conquered 6 kingdoms. You sipped the tea left by room service, green, weak, bitter. You conquered an entire world before you were 39. But here's the thing. They never mention on the tour, you were miserable. Despite the wealth, the glory, the power, you couldn't sleep. Nightmares plagued you. Shadows whispered of betrayal. You ate alone. You traveled constantly, avoiding your own palaces as if the walls had grown teeth. And you began to fear the one thing even an emperor couldn't conquer: death. That's what drove the next chapter of your reign. But tonight, as the electric city breathes around you, you lie back on the bed, strangely comfortable, and close your eyes. The empire you built is now a memory with free Wi-Fi. Still, you suspect. Your story isn't done yet. You wake at dawn, or what passes for dawn, in a world of permanent haze. Somewhere in the distance, a traffic horn screams like a dying crane. You're already dressed in hospital scrubs, which feel like traitorous silk pajamas. You miss your old robes. Heavy crimson, embroidered with dragons, that actually meant something. Today, they take you to a museum. Not just any museum, your museum. A sprawling modern complex built atop what used to be your capital. Glass panels show exhibits, lit by soft yellow lights. Kids run past dioramas of your conquests, licking candy sticks and mispronouncing your name. You pause at a wall display, Qin unification, 221 BCE. A bold red line slices through the map, devouring the 6 other kingdoms like fire across paper. You lean closer. You remember those years clearly. It wasn't just about war. War, you understood. But unification. That was a beast of another kind. Imagine the 6 rival states, 6 armies, 6 dialects, 6 sets of laws, currencies, and calendars. You inherited a jigsaw puzzle with pieces soaked in blood, and you solved it. By force, sure, but also with bureaucracy. First, you took their swords. Then you took their weights, their scripts, their coins. Everything that made them, you flattened. People still tell stories about how you standardized axle widths so carts wouldn't get stuck switching roads across borders. A practical fix, yes, but also symbolic. You were saying, my roads, my rules. Then came the language. Each state had its own script, some of them so tangled they could tie themselves in knots. You declared a new one, Xiaozhuan, or small seal script, elegant, uniform, efficient. Suddenly, everyone from soldiers to tax collectors could read the same edicts carved on bamboo slips or etched into bronze. And it wasn't optional. Your chancellor, Li Si, helped design the reform. He believed chaos came from too much freedom, too many voices. So, you silenced them. Some called it tyranny. You called it clarity. Historians still argue, was it necessary centralization or cultural erasure? In your mind, there was no question. The empire had to be one. Not many. Not messy. One. And it wasn't just about scripts or wagons. You even standardized punishment. Before you, stealing rice might earn a slap and chew and a hand chopped off and whey. After you, everyone bled the same. You created the first imperial law code, harsh, logical, brutally symmetrical. And you enforced it with a new kind of official administrators, loyal not to their province, but to you. Gone were the hereditary lords and their smug little fiefdoms. In came bureaucrats with quotas and strict haircuts. You can still hear their footsteps echoing down corridors lined with bamboo scrolls. Even weights and measures weren't spared. You hated inconsistency the way others hate rats or bad poetry. A pound meant the same in Qin as it did in Qi. A foot no longer depended on whose actual foot was being measured. You may have been the first emperor, but really, you were the first manager. And oh, how you managed. You turned mess into order. But order required enforcement. That's where the surveillance came in. Spies, inspectors, secret reports. No one was too important or too lowly to escape notice. Your favorite quote: "The eyes and ears of the state must never blink." Some nights, even you felt watched. But there was one thing you couldn't regulate, couldn't punish, couldn't tax. Time. You tried. You reformed the calendar, declared year one, restarted history. But even the first emperor couldn't stop his own years from piling up like bricks. That fear, the one you kept locked behind bronze doors, was always there. What if everything fell apart the moment you died? What if unification wasn't enough? What if, in the end, you were just another warlord with a better tailor? You shake off the thought. In the museum, a tour guide explains your reforms. You nod along until she mentions centralized dictatorship. You cough loudly. She doesn't seem to notice. You drift through the halls. The scent of old paper and newer air conditioning. A display shows modern calligraphy students practicing the very script you enforced. Your script still alive. You smile just a little. That's the thing about control. It doesn't always last. But when it does, It feels eternal. You walk through a corridor labeled Great Wall Origins. The irony isn't lost on you. Once upon a time, you didn't walk through museums, you walked above the people who built them. And now, you're walking through an air-conditioned hallway lined with cheerful displays about one of your darkest projects. There it is, a scale model of the wall, not the one tourists pose with today, the big scenic tourist-friendly version. No, this is your wall. Primitive, brutal, unforgiving. Your version was made of rammed earthstones and blood. A wall stitched together from the borders of northern kingdoms, like a scar. It stretched across mountains and deserts, from the edge of the Ordos to the Yellow Sea. And you didn't build it for tourists. You built it for war. Nomadic tribes, Xiongnu, mostly raided your northern borders like wolves. You couldn't chase them all. So you decided to block the sky. You took sections from the old walls of Qinzhou and Yan and connected them into one continuous nightmare. Tens of thousands were conscripted. Farmers, criminals, scholars who argued a little too loudly. You didn't care if they returned. You just needed the wall to rise, and rise it did, but not without cost. Workers collapsed from exhaustion, froze in winter, bled into the dust. Legends say their bones were ground into the mortar. Historians still debate whether this is literal or metaphorical, but either way, you didn't flinch. To you, the Great Wall wasn't a monument, it was a message. This far, no farther. It didn't need to be beautiful. It needed to work. And work it did for a while. It bought you time. It made you feel secure like you'd plugged a leak in the sky. You remember the scrolls reporting on its progress. Miles built per month. Lives lost per mile. You ordered the records cleaned up before inspection, of course. You preferred neat ledgers. Today's museum audio guide calls it one of the most ambitious military projects in human history. You called it common sense, but the cost never left you. You sometimes dreamed of the workers' faces, not as individuals, but as one blurred mass of shovels, cloth masks, and broken backs. At court, some ministers begged you to ease up, said morale was low, crops were rotting. You nodded, listened, then had them reassigned to the wall. You believed in sacrifice. Your philosophy was simple: one generation must suffer for the next to be safe. Except your own generation barely made it. As you step outside the museum, into the smog-thick daylight, your modern guide offers to take you to the wall itself. You agree. Hours later, you stand atop a section, not your section, but a newer Ming-era construction built centuries after your death. It's made of bricks. Stronger, taller, more photogenic. Tourists wander past unaware of you. A girl in a pink jacket poses with finger hearts. Her boyfriend dabs. You shake your head. But still, the view is magnificent. The wall rolls across the hills like a sleeping dragon, a symbol of defense, of endurance, of paranoia. You feel something unexpected, pride. No, that's not quite it. Something heavier. Regret, maybe. Not for building it, but for needing it. You had hoped to unify China so thoroughly that no one would ever invade again. But clearly no wall lasts forever. Empires rise, empires fall. What stays behind are the monuments and the myths. Back then, the wall was meant to be unseen, just part of the land. Now it's on postcards, lunchboxes, even Google Earth. A scholar beside you says they still argue over how long the original Qin Wall really was. You nod. Let them argue. You're not here to settle debates. You're here to remember. And somewhere beneath your boots, rammed into the very earth, lie the remains of 1,000 hands. They never knew your name. but you remember theirs, at least the ache of their labor, the echo of their silence. You descend the stairs slowly, carefully. Once you made the world march. Now the world marches over your memories. Back in the hotel, you can't sleep. Not from discomfort, the bed is soft enough to swallow you, but because of a voice that keeps whispering inside your skull. It's not a real voice, of course, just a memory. A scholar, pale-faced, trembling before your throne, daring to question you. You remember the way he clutched his scroll like a shield. How he pleaded your majesty to destroy the past is to blind the future. And how you had him flogged. Now, in this too quiet room, the memory hits different. On the wall, a glowing panel shows a documentary, Qin Dynasty, burning books, and burying scholars. The narrator's tone is oddly chipper, like she's describing a recipe. You sit up, because here it comes, the moment modern people can't stop talking about. You. A bonfire. Hundreds of texts gone. The narrator explains Qin Shi Huang famously ordered the destruction of non-legalist writings, including Confucian classics and historical records. He sought to eliminate dissent and control knowledge. You wince, not because it's untrue, but because of what they always leave out. See, you weren't anti-knowledge. You were anti-chaos. Every kingdom had its own version of history, its own favored philosophers, its own excuses. If you allowed people to keep reading the old scrolls, they'd keep dreaming of the old kings, of fragmentation, of rebellion. You needed unity, not just of roads and weights, but of thought. So yes, you burned the books. Well, not all of them. Medical texts, useful. Agricultural manuals, keep them. Fortune-telling, fine in moderation, but poetry, philosophy. Anything that glorified past rulers or criticized your reforms into the flames. You even banned discussions of the past. Anyone caught quoting history to critique the present could be executed. Legalism was your gospel. Strict laws, harsh punishments, collective responsibility. A worldview where loyalty to the state trumped everything family tradition sentiment. It made sense, on paper. In practice, well, it started to get out of hand, especially after that one scandal. You remember it vividly. A rumor spread, scholars were mocking your laws, laughing behind your back. You were furious. Not because of the insult, but because it meant control was slipping. Li Si advised swift action, so you ordered a purge. According to later historians, particularly those from the Han Dynasty, you had 460 scholars buried alive in the capital of Xianyang. Was it true? Historians still argue. Some say it was propaganda to smear your name. Others insist it happened exactly as described. You aren't entirely sure yourself. You remember executions? Many. But buried alive? It seems excessive even for you. Then again, you were under pressure. The empire was vast. Dissent was rising. Assassins were multiplying. You didn't have the luxury of mercy. But even at the time, you sensed the irony. You wanted to be remembered forever. Yet you were erasing the very voices that might have recorded your greatness. Now, 2,000 years later, the world remembers the fire more than the laws. In the museum gift shop, they sell mugs that read, Qin Shi Huang's Book Club, Bring Your Own Firewood. You stare at one, unsure if it's a tribute or a slap. In your time, ideas were dangerous. Now, ideas are tweets. Back in your room, you flip through a glowing rectangle, a tablet, and find a website where people review history like they're rating noodles. One post reads, Qin Shi Huang, a princess, goat of unification. but dude was kind of crazy with the censorship. Goat, you whisper. For a moment, you're offended. Then you read further and realize it's an acronym. Greatest of all time. You allow yourself a smile, just a small one. They remember. Even if it's filtered through sarcasm and pixelated images, they remember. Still, you wonder, was there another way? Could you have unified without silencing, governed without terror? But even now, part of you whispers back, and if I had failed, would anyone even be asking these questions today? You turn off the screen. Darkness returns. Silence folds around you. And somewhere in the silence, that scholar's voice returns. To destroy the past is to blind the future. You pull the blanket over your face. Just for a while, you don't want to see. Morning arrives in an anticlimax, a dim glow through the window and the hum of distant elevators. No trumpet, no scroll bearer, no chorus of servants announcing your schedule. You dress slowly. Someone has left you a pair of jeans and a hoodie. You try to put the jeans on over your head. It doesn't work. Eventually, you manage to dress. But the hoodie's label "one size fits most" feels deeply offensive. They're taking you to a research center today. Something about studying your physiology. You suspect they just want your DNA. In your time, people sought your favor. Now they want your cheek cells. But the building they bring you to isn't just for poking emperors, it's also a showcase. A guided tour begins, and the group is ushered into a small replica of an ancient government office. Narrow desks, bamboo scrolls, lacquered seals. You step inside and are instantly transported. This is familiar. The smell of ink, the creak of bamboo under your feet, the quiet pressure of decisions waiting to be made. You remember what it meant to govern an empire before paper. Your ministers would bring stacks of bamboo slips strung together with silk threads, each one heavy as guilt-listing tax codes, regional complaints, grain yields, and names of rebellious governors. No emails, no spreadsheets, just raw data carved by hand. The bureaucracy you created was your real army. Thousands of clerks, inspectors, scribes, record keepers. Their weapon, the bronze seal. You established a system where even the smallest order needed a stamped approval. One misplaced seal, and the whole chain of command could collapse. You didn't trust people. You trusted process. You remember creating legal ranks, 20 of them, to be precise. Rewards for obedience, demotions for failure. Promotions weren't based on blood or poetry, but results. Meritocracy, 2,000 years ahead of its time. Historians still argue whether this system empowered the people or merely created a more efficient machine for oppression. The answer, you suspect, is yes. You see a modern researcher handling one of your bamboo slips with gloves and reverence. She reads the carved characters aloud. It's a grain report. From a village in the Wei Valley. 2,000 years ago, someone spent an entire week chiseling this update into bamboo, just so it could reach your capital by foot. And here it is preserved. Your heart lurches. It's not the drama that survives. Not the declarations, not the blood. It's the grain report. That's the true face of empire. Not glory. Management. You laugh quietly to yourself. Your advisors once warned you that standardizing bureaucracy would make people hate you, that you were turning humans into gears. You responded, then let them be well oiled. Of course, there were flaws, corruption, ambition, paper pushers who grew fat while farmers starved. So you created censors, officials whose job was to spy on other officials. You called it oversight. They called it mutual paranoia, but it worked for a time. You sit down at one of the replica desks and pick up a stylus. Your fingers still remember the grip. You carve a symbol into a bamboo strip. Your old seal. The same one used to approve executions, border transfers, road projects. It feels like touching your past and watching it shudder slightly under your grip. Then a student beside you whispers, "So, did he really believe in all this? Or was it just control? She doesn't know you're listening." You say nothing. You just smile. Because the answer is both. Control was never just a means. It was the only way to stop the chaos. But even you knew the more you tighten your fist, the more people slip through. Still, for a few brief years, your bureaucracy worked. Letters arrived. Roads functioned. Taxes flowed. The empire breathed in rhythm. And somewhere along the way, you convinced yourself that if the system stayed perfect, you could stay forever. Which, of course, led you to immortality. But that's a story for another evening. Right now, you rest your hand on the bamboo slip and imagine how it would have felt to receive one back then that simply said, "All is well." You're in a lab now. Cold surfaces, curious eyes, people in white coats circling you like court astrologers, except they don't bring charts or omens. They bring syringes and machines. They've asked you about your diet, your rituals, your cause of death. You tell them you drank mercury in the name of eternal life, and they all blink in unison like synchronized geese. You're not joking. You really did drink mercury. It wasn't a wild guess either. It came from the best minds of your day. You sent envoys across the seas to seek out the elixir of immortality. You built alchemical chambers. You surrounded yourself with magicians, diviners, and formula-toting mystics. Some brought you glowing stones. Others gave you glowing lies. But the one thing they agreed on was cinnabar, a reddish mineral rich in mercury. Mixed correctly, they promised it would purify your body, extend your soul, and unlock the door to the divine. So you drank it. You drank it every day, and it was probably killing you slowly. Your hands began to tremble. Your moods became erratic. You saw visions, not from mysticism, but mercury poisoning. Historians still argue whether your final illness was caused by your elixirs or something more mundane, stroke infection, maybe even assassination. But deep down, you know the truth. You were so desperate not to die. You started consuming the thing that would make your death inevitable. And yet, even as your body weakened, you doubled down. You built secret palaces for your immortality quests, sent ships out to find mythical lands like Penglai, where immortals were said to dwell. You even met with a strange man named Shu Fu, who convinced you he could find an island full of divine beings. You funded his expedition lavishly, gave him ships, crew supplies, and he vanished. Gone. Did he die at sea settle in Japan, as some legends whisper? Or did he just take your money and run? You'll never know. But you kept trying, because the fear was stronger than shame. You had conquered the living. But death was unconquerable until you tried to build around it. And that's where your tomb comes in. The lab technician taps on a monitor. A 3D rendering appears. Your burial site. Hundreds of chambers still unopened. Rivers of mercury, real mercury, flowing through artificial mountains. You leaned hard into symbolism, heaven above earth, below the emperor in the center. The ceiling of your tomb was said to be painted with constellations. The floor was a miniature map of China. And the booby traps? Let's just say You made sure the archaeologists would be nervous. Even now, they haven't fully opened your tomb. The technology to do so safely doesn't exist. You can't help but laugh. You, a man who chugged mercury like wine, somehow created a death chamber so toxic that even modern science won't touch it. Your attempt at immortality failed in body, but might have succeeded in terror. In the lab, someone asks for a blood sample. You raise an eyebrow. What for, you ask. To check for heavy metals, she says cheerfully. You sigh. You'll find more mercury than blood. They smile awkwardly. You're not wrong. You glance again at the diagram of your tomb. A part of you feels oddly satisfied, not because you cheated death, but because even in failure, your ambition still radiates. It glows beneath the earth. It poisons the soil. It whispers to historians and makes scientists sweat. You tried to make your death a statement, and in a way it was. You didn't just die. You staged your exit. You turned it into legend. Some say that's madness. You say it's branding. Before leaving the lab, you ask if they've recovered any of your alchemical notes. One of them hands you a printout. You scan the translations, recognize ingredients: jade powder, deer, antler, toadstone, powdered gold. You shake your head. None of it worked. She shrugs. No, but it got you here. Fair point. You walk out, the sun stinging your eyes. The light feels harsher now, colder. But inside, something stirs. You were a mortal man, terrified of death. But even your failures have outlived kingdoms. They take you next to the costume department of a TV studio. You're not sure why. Something about a documentary reenactment. You're handed a replica of your old armor-lacquered plates tied with silk cords, glossy and impressive under studio lights. You slip it on and immediately remember why you hated it. It's heavy. It squeaks. It pinches your ribs. And it makes it impossible to sit comfortably, which feels like a design flaw for an emperor who ruled from a throne. You glance in a mirror. There you are, Qin Shi Huang, in full regalia, plumed helmet, crimson cloak, and ceremonial sword you haven't drawn in 2,200 years. But as you shift your shoulders and hear the armor creak, you remember something stranger than wars or assassins. You remember how much time you spent posing. Yes, posing. Being emperor wasn't just about issuing orders. It was about looking the part. Every robe had to be folded just so. Every ceremony rehearsed like a stage play. The color of your armor black wasn't just preference. It was cosmic law. In your day, black was associated with water, and water with the north, your ancestral direction of conquest. You were obsessed with symbolism. Every detail reinforced your divine authority. Your banners, your throne room design, even your mustache length sent messages. There were days when you spent more time picking accessories than making laws. And still, you worried. Would the people see you as weak if your armor squeaked? Would a crooked belt ruin the illusion of immortality? So you invented ritual intimidation. You choreographed your movements. A single nod from you was worth more than a paragraph. You walked slowly, emperor speed. You never turned your back. Even in private, your bodyguards weren't sure whether to breathe. But behind the drama, you were just exhausted. Armor was protection, but it was also a burden. You remember your military tours, inspecting soldiers, testing weapons, rewarding discipline. You'd arrive wearing this very outfit, stepping off the imperial chariot like a god descending from heaven. And inside, you were sweating. Your knees hurt. The strap under your chin always itched. Still the soldiers bowed lower. The ministers bowed slower, and the illusion held. Historians still debate how much of your rule was genuine power and how much was stagecraft. You know the answer both. Power and pageantry are twins. One carries the sword, the other draws the gaze. But even then, you never felt safe. You still remember the dagger in the map, the assassin from Yan, Jing Ke. He brought you what seemed like a gift, a scroll, a map of conquered territory. You leaned in, and out sprang a dagger, not metaphorically, literally. He lunged. You scrambled. The palace guards hesitated. No one wanted to risk hurting you, so they just watched. You ran in circles screaming until someone finally tackled him. And after that, more guards, more tests, more layers of armor. You had special undergarments made. You stopped using the same route twice. You even planted fake carriages to trick potential attackers. Your palace became a fortress within a fortress. And still, the fear never left, because no armor could protect against everything, especially not betrayal. You adjust your replica helmet and hear the studio producer ask if you're ready. You nod. They film you walking toward a green screen. In your mind, you're back in your palace pacing the stone floor, wearing armor that made you sweat and a crown that never fit right. They call it reenactment. You call it memory. As the cameras roll, you lift your arm and salute your old salute. The imperial gesture you invented, hand across chest palm facing downward. It feels absurd now, but also a little satisfying, because for a few moments, under hot lights and watchful eyes, you are once again the first emperor. And despite everything, the armor still fits. Later that evening, you find yourself sitting in a quiet corner of the studio, your armor discarded on a folding chair, your fingers tracing the edges of a paper cup filled with something called bubble tea. It's strange, sweet, chewy, confusing. You're still deciding whether it's a drink or a meal. The producer thanks you for your cooperation. "We're doing a whole segment on your dynasty," she says, smiling politely. "You're a controversial figure, you know. Lots of debate about your legacy." You smile without smiling. Controversial is a modern word for someone who ruled too effectively for comfort. You're tired now, not just physically, but somewhere deeper. And then the worst part of the evening arrives. They ask you about your sons. You stiffen. Not because you're surprised, but because you knew this conversation would come. Eventually. Your legacy, the one you worked your whole life to build, collapsed not long after you died. And the cracks began at home. Your sons. You had many children, but few you trusted, and only one you chose. Your designated heir was Fusu the eldest, a serious boy, too gentle perhaps, but loyal. You sent him to guard the frontier, hoping the hardship would harden him. Meanwhile, back at court, a very different plan was forming. Two names still haunt you: Li Si, your chancellor, and Zhao Gao, the sinister eunuch who wielded whisper and shadow like weapons. After your death, while your body was being transported back to the capital in secret, they forged your final decree, a fake imperial edict, ordering Fusu to commit suicide, and he did, dutifully. Just like that, your chosen successor was erased, and in his place, they enthroned Hu Hai, your 18th son, a boy with no spine and too many robes. Zhao Gao became puppet master. Li Si, his uneasy ally. The empire you built began to rot from within, like fruit bruised before it's ripe. Hu Hai reigned as Qin Shi II emperor, but he was a shadow of you, panicked, weak, paranoid. Under his rule, Rebellions broke out like brush fires. He ordered executions, then more executions. He isolated himself, ruling from behind curtains, taking advice from no one but Zhao Gao, who rumor has it once tested his loyalty with the infamous horse deer incident. You remember hearing about it. Zhao Gao brought a deer into court and claimed it was a horse. When the ministers hesitated, he noted their names. A loyalty test cloaked in madness. Those who disagreed vanished. Historians still argue whether it really happened or whether it's a parable of insanity disguised as governance. But you know this, the moment people pretend to see horses where there are deer, the empire is already crumbling. Hu Hai's rule didn't last long, less than 3 years. And when he finally realized he was just a puppet, he tried to assert control. Too late. Zhao Gao had him killed. Then Zhao Gao himself was killed. Then Li Si. Then the rebels reached the capital. Your palaces burned. Your dynasty fell. 15 years. That's all the Qin dynasty lasted. 15. You gave it your whole life. Unified China for the first time, built walls, roads, script systems, and within 15 years of your death, all of it collapsed. Gone. The dynasty that bore your name became a cautionary tale, a footnote. And yet, the Han that followed adopted your systems, your bureaucracy, your script, even your title, Huang the Emperor. They claimed to reject you, but they copied you more than they'd ever admit. You were erased and resurrected, demonized, then glorified. A tyrant, a genius, a villain, a founding father. So which were you really? You take another sip of bubble tea. Honestly, maybe all of them. Because the truth is, you didn't just want to rule China. You wanted to define it. And that you did. You're standing on a wide paved path so straight it feels unnatural, like it was measured by divine geometry. On either side, low stone walls, symmetrical trees, and modern signage explaining your roads. There it is, in bold print, Qin Dynasty's imperial road network, the arteries of a unified nation. You smile. A tired, proud, slightly bitter smile, because nobody ever remembers the roads. They remember the conquests, the walls, the tomb. But the roads, those were your true masterpiece. You didn't just conquer with swords. You conquered with infrastructure. Once the empire was unified, you ordered thousands of workers to carve paths across the mountains, forests, deserts. From the capital in Shenyang, you built a straight road over 500 miles long, paved, graded, patrolled. It stretched north to what is now Inner Mongolia, south to the edge of the Yangtze east to the sea. Every road led to you. You made sure of that. And it wasn't just for show. These roads moved armies faster than rebellions could grow. They carried imperial edicts, grain shipments, tax collectors' spies. Even the width of wagon axles was standardized 6 feet apart, so that the grooves worn into the road wouldn't rip the wheels apart. Historians still marvel at the precision. You just thought it was common sense, and you taxed accordingly. You remember the toll stations, the weighing of cargo, the reports written on bamboo slips. Your bureaucrats knew everything, who moved what, where, when. And if someone got too rich, too ambitious, too curious, you knew that too. The roads weren't just for movement, they were for monitoring. Even now, as you walk this reconstructed stretch, surrounded by school children and bored teenagers, you sense the design. Every path leads back to the center. Every decision returns to the throne. A tour guide waves at a model showing chariots speeding along a tree-lined avenue. He says the Qin system was extremely efficient, almost modern. Almost. Back then, these roads were made of packed earth reinforced with gravel and stone. They took years to build, decades to perfect. And when it rained, they turned into mud traps. When it froze, they split. When bandits came, they vanished into the forests. But still, you built them. Because you believed something dangerous. Order can outlast fear. You thought if the empire was connected tightly enough road to law to law, soul to soul, it would stay whole forever. And for a moment, it did. A connected China. A breathing, moving machine. One nation under one emperor. But the roads had a cost. To build them, you conscripted peasants. They labored in the sun, starved in the mountains, collapsed by the mile. Your advisors warned they can't take much more. You replied, but the empire can. That was always your dilemma. You weren't building for them. You were building for forever. Now, centuries later, tourists take selfies on roads you imagine. Highways mimic your blueprints. Even Google Maps, you suspect, owes you a nod. A child nearby tosses a snack wrapper onto the ground. You stoop, pick it up, and place it in the bin. Old habits die hard. You still believe in cleanliness symmetry function. Even if the empire is gone, your roads are still here. Still straight, still guiding. And somewhere under the concrete, maybe your original tracks remain. Packed earth, bronze ruts, ghostly footprints. You pause before leaving the site. You press your hand to the stone. For one breathless moment, you imagine the thrum of wheels, the bark of orders, the disciplined march of soldiers. And the thought that always followed, if the roads hold, the empire holds. Now you're not so sure. But it was a beautiful illusion while it lasted. You're handed a small placard in the next museum hall. It reads, Qin Dynasty Script Standardization, a quiet title for something that shook the very bones of civilization. You look up. Behind the glass, bamboo slips, stone carvings, bronze bells all etched with your legacy. Characters, your characters. Before your rule, written Chinese was a wild, tangled forest. Each kingdom had its own dialect, its own script. Communication was a mess. What meant tax in one state might mean turnip in another. So you changed it. You standardized the script. You called it shaozuan, or the small seal script. Elegant curves, balanced strokes. Every mark calculated like a general planning battle formations. You didn't invent it, of course, but you made it mandatory, official, universal. And the moment you did, China started to think in one language, even if people still spoke a dozen tongues. It was your way of forcing unity. If the people couldn't speak the same way, at least they'd write the same way. And writing you understood is power, not just to record, to command. Your decrees, etched into bronze and stone, became eternal. Once written, a command was no longer yours. It was law. It could outlive you. And it did. Even now, the guide explains how the modern Chinese writing system traces its roots back to your reforms. Your brushstrokes echo through apps and textbooks, calligraphy competitions, street signs, even fortune cookies, though that part feels a little undignified. Historians still argue how much control you really had over the language. Was shaozuan used by the masses or just the scribes? Did people embrace it or fake it? The answer, as always, is both. You didn't need every peasant to write poetry. You just needed the tax collector, the soldier, the judge to write the same word the same way. A word for law, a word for debt, a word for guilt, and above all, a word for you. You remember when they carved your new title Huangdi. Not king, not lord, but emperor. A made-up title, really, pulled from ancient myth. You combine two sacred names, Huang, the shining kings of legend, and Dai, the heavenly rulers. Together, they made something new, a title that demanded reverence, a name that rewrote history. And suddenly, every chisel stroke, every character etched into bronze or stone carried your divine authority. You didn't just unify the land, you unified the meaning of the land. Symbols became tools, tools became weapons, and once the people learned the script, they couldn't unlearn it. You changed how China would think for millennia. And yet, here in the modern museum, a boy asks his teacher, "Why don't we use small seal script anymore?" She replies, "It's too slow to write. We use simpler forms now." You nod slowly. Of course, languages evolve. Efficiency always wins. But the bones of it, your bones, are still there. Every modern character has your fingerprints in its DNA. They simplified your script, but they never erased it. You look down at a digital screen displaying your name in various historical styles. Seal script, clerical script, regular script, simplified. You smile. Let them simplify. Let them forget the details. They still say your name. They still write your name. They still argue about your name. And that perhaps is a kind of immortality no elixir could offer. You step back from the exhibit. The hall is quiet. Your reforms live on in silence. But that silence is written, and you taught them how to write it. You're standing on a mountaintop. The wind whips around you like a living thing, tugging at your sleeves, pulling at your thoughts. The air is thin, the silence heavy, broken only by the distant drone of a tour bus grumbling up the slope. You're here because of an inscription. Carved into a cliff face, your handwriting 2 millennia old. You walk slowly toward it. It's larger than you remember, taller than a man chiseled deep into the stone. The august emperor came here to inspect and set forth a decree. That's it. No poetry, no metaphor, just presence. You were here. People leave handprints. You left proclamations. In your lifetime, you carved edicts into mountains, literal mountains. You wanted your words to last longer than palaces. You thought, what could erase stone funny? Now you're watching tour groups photograph it with tiny machines that fit in their pockets. You step closer. The guide is reading the inscription aloud. She explains how you made dozens of these throughout the empire, engraved monuments, declaring your laws, your achievements, your divine favor. Some were so remote, it took weeks to reach them. You didn't care. You believed the heavens needed to see your words as much as the people did. You weren't just governing land. You were governing time. If people could find your name on mountains 1,000 years from now, they'd remember you were more than a man. You were trying to rewrite the sky itself, and it wasn't just the mountains. You ordered the casting of giant bronze cauldrons modeled after mythical ones from the ancient sage kings. 9 of them, each symbolizing a conquered region. They were meant to prove that you had united all under heaven. You paraded them through the capital. People wept, cheered, knelt. And you watched calm and cold, knowing they would forget their old loyalties with enough time and enough spectacle. Even now, archaeologists haven't found those cauldrons. Some say they were melted down during the collapse. Others think they were hidden. Historians still argue, were they propaganda or spiritual obsession? You know, they were both. You believed in theater as policy. So when your advisors suggested you make offerings to the sea gods, you didn't hesitate. You took jade tablets carved with your decrees and tossed them into the ocean. Why? Because even the waves should know your name. You sailed eastward, not to conquer more land, but to inscribe yourself onto nature. Mountains, rivers, seas, skies. You were everywhere. The first emperor wasn't just a ruler. He was a phenomenon, or so you hoped. Because beneath the bravado was always that voice quiet gnawing. What if they forget you? That was the real enemy. Not rebels, not assassins. Oblivion. You fought it with stone metal jade, ritual repetition. You carved yourself into time, and now here you are, touching a mountainside version of your younger self. You press your fingers against the ancient inscription. It's shallower now, weathered, but legible. You exhale slowly, not because you've won, but because you're still here. Somewhere deep under tourist noise and textbook blurbs, they still know your name. The mountain still holds your echo. The sea still hides your offerings. And the sky. The sky still rises indifferent, but readable, because you wrote yourself across it. You're alone now, walking a rocky shore. The ocean breathes in waves, pulling pebbles into its mouth and spitting them back out endlessly. The sea, still here, just as you remember it. You came here once in your original life wearing silks heavy with embroidery boots, damp with sea spray, surrounded by priests, guard scribes. The coast was wild, the sky gray. You held a jade tablet in your hand, smooth, green, flawless. It was engraved with your decree that you, the august emperor of Qin, demanded favor from the gods of the Eastern Sea. You hurled it into the water, a gift, a warning, a prayer. You did this more than once. You stood on cliffs, climbed sacred peaks, whispered to waves, because even though you didn't believe in weakness, you did believe in the unseen. You feared death enough to negotiate with immortals, and this sea, more than anything, became your mirror, unpredictable, endless. Now standing here in borrowed clothes and modern sandals, you look out and wonder, did the sea ever answer? No thunder struck. No island appeared. No immortal envoy came ashore. But still, you return to it again and again. Why? Maybe because you knew the truth. You couldn't cheat death, but you could perform your resistance to it. And no stage is grander than the sea. You remember the stories your envoys told. They claimed they saw sacred mountains rising from the mist, Penglai Fangjiang Yingzhou, floating paradises where immortals lived, untroubled by decay. You commissioned expeditions, built fleets, sent hundreds of men. You prayed they would return with magic. They didn't. Xu Fu, your most trusted envoy, vanished. Some say he fled to what would become Japan. Some say he drowned. Some say he found the island, became immortal, and simply forgot you. Historians still argue whether Xu Fu was a visionary or a con artist. You're not sure, but you know this. You wanted it so badly. To live forever, to rule without end, to wake up each morning with the empire intact, the heavens aligned, your name etched deeper into the bones of the world. The sea didn't stop you, but it didn't answer either. And now, standing here in the 21st century, you watch ships far in the distance, cargo freighters, tankers, cruise ships, the empires of today. No jade, no offerings, just noise and purpose. Yet still, the sea pulls at you because you believed once, not in magic, but in the power of gesture. Throwing jade into the ocean was absurd, and yet unforgettable. It made you feel seen, and that, in the end, was the goal. Not to live forever in body, but in attention. You bend down now and pick up a pebble. Smooth, gray, cold, no inscription, no decree, just a stone. You close your eyes and toss it into the waves. It lands without ceremony. No lightning, but still something stirs inside you. Not hope, not immortality, but peace maybe. You sigh. The sea takes your offering again, as it always has. Without comment, without reply, but never without witness. And tonight, that's enough. Night again. You're driven inland, back to a site you both dread and long to see your tomb. They don't take you inside, of course. No one goes inside. The burial mound looms ahead, massive sloped covered in trees. From a distance, it looks like a gentle hill. But you know better. Under that hill is your empire in miniature. You step out of the van. The sky is clear tonight. Stars blink overhead, unaware of the fuss you made about their arrangement all those centuries ago. You walk slowly toward the edge of the restricted zone. A researcher in a windbreaker explains we've surveyed the main chamber with ground-penetrating radar. It's intact, sealed, too dangerous to open. You nod. You knew it would be. You designed it to be. A palace beneath the earth. Mercury rivers. Traps set to fire arrows at intruders. A bronze ceiling painted with the constellations. The map of China at your feet. Rivers flowing with toxic metal mountains made from jade miniature cities inlaid with gold. And in the center, your coffin. Historians still argue how much of it is true. Did you really flood the chamber with mercury? Are there traps rigged to kill? You never told them. You didn't have to. You let the fear do the work. You knew no one would dare open your tomb until the tools were ready. Maybe not for centuries. And that was the point. You didn't want to be disturbed. Not by rebels. Not by looters. Not even by time. Your tomb wasn't a resting place. It was a declaration. You wanted the world to feel your presence after you were gone. They say the tomb hasn't been opened because of the mercury. But you know, it's not the mercury that stops them. It's you. The idea of you. The possibility that what lies beneath could change history again. Even now, archaeologists debate whether disturbing the site would be worth it. They argue over risk versus reward, science versus sanctity. And you smile, because they're still talking about you. You walk along the outer wall of the complex. The terracotta warriors stand nearby, thousands of them. Silent, armed, eternal. Each face different. Each one sculpted by hand. You didn't just want soldiers. You wanted witnesses. A court to follow you into the afterlife. To remind the world that even in death you were never alone. You remember commissioning them. Artists worked day and night. Sculpting, painting, firing clay. You gave them human detail. You gave them postures, hairstyles, ranks. You gave them identity, because the afterlife in your vision needed order too. And now, here they stand, heads tilted just so, hands poised to draw imaginary swords. Some are cracked, some faded, but they endure. Tourists marvel, scholars measure, children point. But none of them know what it felt like to invent eternity, to shape it, command it, bury it under the earth. You do, because you lived it, and you still are. You step away from the tomb entrance. You don't need to go inside. You already know what's there. More than treasure, more than bone. There's a silence down there so thick it bends time. It waits. Patient, heavy, exact. Just like you planned. The next day begins with an invitation you weren't expecting, a visit to a university lecture hall, a history department. They want to hear from you, or at least about you. You sit in the back of the room, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, absurd disguises for someone who once ordered the heavens to realign. At the front, a young professor clicks through a slideshow. Your name appears on the screen, Qin Shi Huang, 259, 210 BCE. Beneath it, unifier, tyrant, visionary, madman. You raise an eyebrow. Subtle. She begins to speak, her voice calm, deliberate. Qin Shi Huang was the first emperor of a unified China, she says. He centralized power, built vast infrastructure, enforced harsh legal codes, and pursued immortality with obsessive intensity. You nod. That's fair. Then she adds, but it's worth asking, did he leave a legacy of strength or one of fear? A murmur of interest ripples through the students. Pens scribble. Laptops click. She gestures to a slide titled The Mandate of Heaven. You inhale sharply. It's a phrase you know too well. In your day, it explained everything. A divine right to rule, but conditional. If the heavens approved, the weather was kind, the people content. If they didn't, rebellions rose and earthquakes followed. Your rise to power was proof you had the mandate, or so the ministers told you. But deep down, you never trusted it. Because heaven is fickle. And you hated anything you couldn't control. So you tried to override it. You reformed the calendar, declared a new era, called yourself the first emperor, not of one reign, but of all time. You even banned the word death in palace records. No one was to speak of it. Not in your presence, not in any official capacity. You tried to erase it by out-organizing it. A student raises his hand. Wasn't he afraid of the afterlife? The professor nods. It's possible. He built a tomb the size of a city, armed it with traps, filled it with symbols of heaven and earth. It was either deep belief or profound paranoia. You lean forward. She's not wrong. You didn't fear death, like a child fears the dark. You feared it like a ruler fears irrelevance. There was no throne in the afterlife, no subjects, no control, just void. So you tried to bring your world with you. You remember sketching designs for the tomb, arguing over the shape of the artificial rivers, demanding they flow the same direction as the Yangtze. You wanted the heavens above the empire below, a mirror world, one that would remain perfect even if the living one crumbled. And then you told yourself, if I can build a world that never ends, maybe I won't either. The professor's voice pulls you back. Historians still debate, she says, whether Qin Shi Huang's obsession with legacy was rooted in megalomania or simply in an overwhelming fear of being forgotten. You blink slowly. That word again. Forgotten. It's always there, isn't it, lurking behind every monument, every decree, every mountain inscription. You didn't want peace. You didn't want joy. You wanted permanence. And yet, here these students are, thousands of years later, reading your laws, studying your script, visiting your tomb, debating your name. You smile faintly. You may not have conquered death, but you've outlived emperors, kings, revolutions, and time itself. When the class ends, a few students linger, chatting in hushed tones. One girl glances your way. You tip your cap. She'll never know who you are, but she knows your story. And maybe that's the real immortality. Not a body preserved in mercury. Not a soul delivered to some sea god's island. Just a name that refuses to disappear. You're in a restaurant now. One of those sleek, glass-walled places with minimalist menus and waiters who explain the concept of foam as a food. You've ordered something called modern fusion. It arrives looking like a tiny monument built from sea cucumber truffle oil and suspicion. You poke it with your chopsticks. It wobbles ominously. The irony isn't lost on you, who once dined on wild game from imperial hunts and delicacies sourced from every corner of your empire, are now being served a fish cube with a name like oceanic reverie. But what really grabs your attention is the table next to you. A group of teenagers huddled around a tablet watching a video titled Top 10 Craziest Things Qin Shi Huang Did. You strain to listen. Number 6, the narrator says. He tried to make himself a god. Seriously. He even banned people from using the word death around him. The teens laugh. One does an exaggerated emperor impression holding a spoon like a scepter. You look away. Not because you're offended, but because you remember that part. You remember when it started. When people began calling you not just a man, but a celestial ruler. They called you Zhen the Imperial Eye, a term once reserved for the gods. You didn't correct them. You encouraged it. Because the deeper your empire grew, the more invisible you had to become. No one could speak to you directly. Courtiers bowed so low they saw nothing but their own shoes. Your voice came only through intermediaries, decrees, scripts, silence. You became the state-made flesh, a breathing symbol, and like any symbol, you had to be polished, cleansed, elevated. You ordered the construction of towers just so you could appear above the heads of the people, literally. You gave up walking among crowds. You stopped speaking in court. Eventually, even your own guards only saw you through curtains. You were everywhere and nowhere. That was the plan. The man would die, but the figure, the title, the legend that would continue. So you codified it, declared yourself son of heaven with the right to rule eternally. And you meant that word literally. Eternal. A dynasty with no end, no numbers, no succession, just you. But of course numbers came. You were the first, and your son was the second. And after that, no more. The dynasty collapsed before the ink on your monuments had dried. Historians still argue, did your attempt to deify yourself speed up the fall? Some say you raised expectations too high. Others say you removed yourself so far from reality that your empire crumbled beneath your absence. You never considered that. Not then. You believed the people didn't need to see you. They just needed to feel you, like weather, like law, like fate. But maybe, just maybe, they needed a human, not a god. You glance back at the teens. They're still laughing. One of them says, "Honestly, the guy was nuts, but kind of a legend." You smirk. Kind of a legend. You'll take it. Because the truth is, the line between God and ghost is thinner than it looks. You tried to live forever by becoming an idea. And ideas, it turns out, do survive, even if they're memeified, even if they come with fish foam and sarcastic voiceovers. The waiter clears your plate. You thank him. And for a moment, you miss the old kitchens of Xianyang, the smell of steaming rice, the clatter of bronze pans, real food, real people, real you. Before you became a myth, before you wrapped yourself in divinity and forgot how to be seen. But maybe being a myth isn't so bad. Not when people still say your name over dinner. Even if they're laughing, they remember. Night falls again, but this time you're not in a hotel, or a palace, or a lecture hall. You're in a warehouse, cold, dim, and echoing with every footstep. This is where they keep you, or at least the replicas of you. Hundreds of terracotta warriors stand in rows training statues for museum docents, backups for traveling exhibits, test models for restoration. You walk among them slowly, each face different, just like the originals. You stop at one, a kneeling archer, his expression calm, determined. His braid tied just so. You know this face, not personally, but intimately, because you were the one who ordered that no two soldiers should be alike, not to honor the real warriors, but to send a message. Even in death, your empire was detailed, personal, complete. You insisted on full regiments, infantry, cavalry, archers, generals. You built stables, chariots, grooms, musicians, acrobats, even bureaucrats. Because the afterlife wasn't just going to be paradise, it was going to be operational. It needed order, rank, paperwork. The living world might forget you, but the dead, they would be managed. And yet, even as you walk among these clay echoes, something stirs uncomfortably in you, a memory of the day you first visited the workshop where they were being made. The heat of the kilns, the pale faces of the artisans, the whispered questions when you weren't looking. They didn't understand. They thought it was madness. Why build an army that would never march? Why sculpt thousands of faces that would never speak? Why demand such realism? For something no one would ever see. But that was the point. You weren't building for witnesses. You were building for certainty. Because if there was even the smallest chance that the afterlife mirrored this one, you wanted to arrive prepared. Historians still argue whether you believed in the underworld or whether the warriors were just symbolic propaganda carved in clay. The truth, as usual, is both. You believed in control, even in realms no one could prove. So you gave yourself an army, just in case. You stop at a general now, his expression stern, beard curled with care. His gaze seems to follow you. You remember when these warriors were freshly painted, their armor lacquered bright red, their lips tinted, their pupils dark and sharp. Now time has faded them. Rain soil, sunlight, all took their toll. They stand in silence, pale and ghost-like, drained of life, just like you. And yet, they endure. They've survived fire, looters, earthquakes. They've stood longer than the dynasty that ordered them. And now they stand for something greater. Legacy, not through war, not through fear, but through craftsmanship, through the quiet, unshakable presence of work done with care. Even the tiniest details, the pattern on a boot, the stitching of a sash, still speak. Not loudly, not boastfully, but insistently. And that's what gets you now. Not the grandness, the patience, the time it took to sculpt every crease, every cheekbone. That's how memory survives. Not through thunder, but through thousands of small, deliberate acts. You bow slightly, almost without meaning to. Not as emperor to soldier, but as man to maker. You leave the warehouse in silence. Behind you, the clay army remains watchful, weightless, waiting. And though they will never march, they have already conquered time. You're in a replica chamber now. Not a museum, not a tourist attraction, a film set. Artificial walls painted to look like jade. Plastic torches flicker with LED lights. Actors mill around in imitation robes adjusting wireless microphones. This is a drama series, your life fictionalized for streaming. They've cast a handsome young man to play you. He has soft eyes, flawless skin, and the kind of heroic jaw that has never known the weight of empire. You watch as he bows, regally recites lines that sound vaguely familiar. Unify the land. For peace, he says. You blink. Peace. You never once said that word in public. Your empire wasn't born from peace. It was born from necessity, from the fear of fragmentation, from the certainty that if you didn't seize control, someone else would. You were a sword in a world of knives. But here on screen, your story has been softened, romanticized. You're not angry, just surprised. Even now, they're revising you. And maybe they always have. Even the first historians, especially the Han Dynasty scribes, wrote you through gritted teeth. They hated you, feared you, blamed you. But they copied you too. They kept your titles, your laws, your bureaucracy. They erased your name from some records while building their own legitimacy on the ruins of your work. Historians still argue whether you were a cautionary tale or a foundation stone. But the truth is, you were both. You watch as the scene on set moves into your final days. They portray you as tormented, half mad from elixirs, surrounded by schemers. That part's not far off. You remember the last journey clearly. You left the capital for the coast again, one more pilgrimage to the sea, one last attempt to dodge death. You brought hundreds with you, ministers, guards, alchemists. But you fell ill along the way. Fever, vomiting, visions. Some said it was heat stroke. Others blamed a stroke. But you knew. The mercury was winning. You died in a city called Shadowy, and your death was kept secret. Your ministers, terrified of unrest, sealed your body in a cart and packed it with fish to mask the smell. They wrote fake edicts in your name. They plotted behind curtains. They engineered the suicide of your own son. And all the while, your empire creaked under the pressure. You wonder if you'd lived just a few more years, could you have stopped the collapse? Or was it always destined to crack the moment your grip loosened? The actor on screen collapses gracefully, a single tear rolling down his face. You never cried. Not once. Not when your mother betrayed you. Not when the assassins came. Not when the heavens stayed silent. But here in this scripted version, you are soft, sympathetic, palatable. The crowd watching claps. You step out into the night, the sound still echoing behind you. And you realize something simple, profound, ridiculous. You have become a story. Just another narrative tailored for ratings. But you're still being told, still being questioned, still being interpreted. And that means you're still alive, in memory, in myth, in caution. Not as the man you were, but as the figure they need you to be. And maybe that's the greatest power of all. You didn't just build an empire. You built a role the world hasn't finished playing. You're walking through the city alone now. No guides, no cameras, just the soft hum of traffic and the glow of distant windows. It's quiet, surprisingly so. Somewhere behind you, a late train rattles past. A breeze stirs wrappers along the sidewalk. The neon signs flicker like modern constellations. You pass a bookstore, its window filled with biographies, textbooks, paperbacks with stylized covers. One of them catches your eye. A slim volume titled Qin Shi Huang, the Emperor Who Tried to Live Forever. You don't go inside. You don't need to. The title is enough. You sit down on a nearby bench. The air is cool. For the first time in days or centuries, you let your hands rest on your knees, unclenched. And you think. You think of everything you built. The walls, the roads, the laws, the tomb. You think of the people, millions of them, who worked and bled and bowed beneath your name. You think of your sons and how they failed you, of your ministers who feared you, of the scholars you silenced. And then you think of how much you feared too. Feared losing control, feared dying, feared being forgotten. But look at you now. You're not just remembered. You've become a symbol, a puzzle, a contradiction. Your name is carved into history and questioned in classrooms. Your image is painted on scrolls and printed on subway posters. You are everywhere, not because you lived forever, but because you ended. Because your failure was visible, tangible, monumental. And that's what made it real. You fade a little deeper into the bench. The city flows around you. No one knows who you are. And it doesn't matter. You have nothing left to conquer. No more decrees to issue. No more jade tablets to throw into the sea. You're not trying to escape death anymore. You're just sitting, watching, breathing. A man who once ruled all under heaven and now watches the heavens from below. So now you close your eyes. The city continues to hum softly in the background. Distant cars, muffled voices, the hush of nighttime wind, sliding between towers. You lean back into the cool bench, the chill soaking into your skin, just enough to remind you that you're still here, still breathing, still anchored to something ancient. You are no longer emperor, no longer surrounded by advisors, no longer chased by the idea of immortality. You are just a presence, a whisper, the weight of history worn smooth with time. And in this quiet, something inside you settles. You see the empire not as it was raging, bright terrified of the future, but as it is now. A memory carved into stone, a word on a page, a figure that once was and still is in the spaces between facts and fables. The fear is gone, the ambition too. All that's left is breath, slow, soft, a rhythm that matches the dark sky above, and the thought gentle as rain on old rooftops. You are here. You shaped the world. Not perfectly, not forever, but deeply enough that it remembers. Now, let that thought carry you down. Let the roads fade. Let the walls dissolve. Let the statues stand watch without you. There is nothing more to build, nothing more to prove. Just stars, just sleep, just silence. Sweet dreams. What daily life was like. Under Qin Shi Huang, we slip into dusty sandals and step onto the beaten roads of ancient China deep under the rule of a man who called himself the first emperor. You're not just watching history tonight, you are history. The year is somewhere around 221 BCE. The warring states have just stopped tearing each other apart, and instead of swords clashing, you now hear the barked orders of imperial officers echoing across the hills. You smell smoke from cook fires drifting out of low thatched homes. You hear a child cry, then silence. You tug your coarse hemp robe tighter against a breeze that smells like livestock and burnt copper. You blink under a smoky orange sky and squint at a distant banner waving atop a government outpost. The characters on it spell out a name you've heard your entire short life, Qin Shi Huang. You've never seen him. You likely never will. But he owns your time, your body, your fears, and your future. You're alive in the very first unified empire of China, and you probably won't survive this. You're born into a time when everything changes. Land laws, language, life itself. The chaos of the warring states has finally ended. But if you thought peace meant freedom, think again. There's a new master now, and his grip stretches farther than the rivers and longer than any dynasty before him. His name, Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. The guy doesn't just want to rule China, he wants to be China. You grow up hearing his name whispered like thunder. No one dares speak it casually. People don't smile when they talk about him. The air seems to get heavier when he's mentioned, as if even the clouds know he's watching. You're told he unified the states by crushing them standardized weights and measures built roads across thousands of lie. But none of that helps when your neighbor gets his hand chopped off for stealing a chicken. Because that's the new rule now. Order above all. Peace through punishment. You wake before the sun. Every morning. No exceptions. There's no alarm clock, but the roosters scream and the snapping cold do the job just fine. If you're in the northern plains, your breath fogs as you tug your stiff tunic over shoulders already sore from yesterday. If you're in the humid south, mosquitoes have already claimed parts of your neck. You scratch without thinking, then stop because the overseer says even that looks lazy. Your parents are hard people. Not unkind, but survival has whittled them into silence. Your father's hands are calloused, blackened at the edges from hauling stones or bending iron for imperial use. Your mother works the land or weaves fabric unless she's pregnant again. Most children don't make it past 5. You did. Barely. Historians still argue whether life got easier or harder under Qin rule. But for you, it feels like walking on sharpened bamboo. The fields are better irrigated, sure, and there are fewer bandits than in your grandfather's day. But now, there's something worse than a bandit the law. Laws under Qin Shi Huang aren't recommendations. They're traps with your name already scratched into them. You step on the wrong side of a line, that's a beating. You argue with a superior, that's jail or execution. One man in your village once failed to report his neighbor for mocking a tax collector. He didn't do anything wrong himself. Mind you, just didn't snitch fast enough. They shaved his head, tattooed his face, and sent him to die, building a wall. Oh yeah, that wall. It's not the tourist-friendly Great Wall you've seen in pictures. It's 1,000 fragments hacked together from previous state defenses, reinforced by sweat and desperation. Crops rot while your cousins are marched north with nothing but pickaxes and threats. Meanwhile, you start noticing strange things. Travelers in the market with accents you don't recognize, coins that all look the same round with a square hole because the emperor likes everything standardized. Your grandfather swears they used to use knives as currency. Now even your money bows to Qin Shi Huang. And then there's the writing. Your older brother used to scrawl characters that looked nothing like yours. But then bam, edict. Only the official script is allowed now. The rest burned. Like literally. Scrolls torched. Scholars silenced. Some say buried alive. Others say that's just propaganda. Historians still debate how many were killed or if that legend was embroidered by later dynasties trying to paint Qin in flames. All you know is your teacher disappeared one day and the new one only reads from state-approved tablets. You watch your neighbor, an old storyteller, get his tongue lashed in the square for provoking unrest. His crime singing songs about the past. You're 9. You don't even understand the lyrics, but you understand the blood. And yet, life continues. The crops still need tending. Water still needs fetching. You're taught to bow deeply to any official in black robes. You memorize the penalties for overstepping boundaries. You learn to keep your head low. The emperor wants a nation of quiet, productive ants. And ants don't ask questions. Some nights, your uncle leans in after dark and whispers about how things used to be. Different kingdoms, wild tales. People could wear different robes, use different words. He talks about Chu Weijiao, all swallowed by the Qin machine. You listen with wide eyes until your mother hisses for silence. Walls have ears, and so do birds supposedly, but you file it away, in the pocket of your brain where forbidden dreams go. Because you are not just living in a dynasty, you are surviving inside a system built like a clock, ticking in the emperor's favor, powered by people like you, tired, afraid, and replaceable. And this is only the beginning. The morning sun doesn't ask your permission. It just barges in. Slanting through the cracks in your family's roof, it lands hot on your eyelids, and you're up before you can even groan. You stretch quietly. There's no time for dawdling, and certainly no time for complaining. Because under Qin Shi Huang's rule, the laws don't bend to morning moods. They snap bones. You head outside where the village square already hums with activity. Not cheerful, not chatty, just the quiet churn of survival. You pass a notice board, nailed to a splintering post. A new law again. Something about grain quotas. Something about what happens if you fail to report your neighbor's tax evasion. You pretend to read it, but you know what it really says. Obey or disappear. Legalism. That's the doctrine behind all of this. It's the brainchild of Li Si, the emperor's right-hand man, and a fan of rules so strict they make your teeth ache. In theory, the idea is simple: people are selfish. So, you need iron laws, clear rewards, and terrifying punishments to keep the empire running smooth. In practice, you just try not to get caught chewing with your mouth open when an official walks by. You remember what happened to the blacksmith's apprentice 2 seasons ago. He dropped a horse collar during an inspection. That's it, just a little clatter. The overseer claimed it was disrespect. Next day, he was branded across the face and sent to a labor gang. His family didn't protest. What would be the point? Historians still argue whether Qin rule created lasting stability or just a perfectly measured kind of fear. You don't argue. You just keep your eyes on the ground and your fingers crossed behind your back. The village enforcer, an older man with suspiciously clean fingernails, strolls past swinging a wooden tablet that lists his official duties and your potential crimes. You bow low and long, not because you like him, but because bowing slightly too shallowly has been known to end in a fine, or worse, re-education at the county prison. You've never been to the prison, but you've heard the stories. You've heard about ankle chains that bite like frost. You've heard about men stacked two to a cell-fed millet porridge so thin it's practically water-flavored with memory. You've heard about the branding needle dipped in ash and pressed to cheekbones. But what haunts you most is the silence. No crying. No yelling. Just the kind of quiet that wraps around you and squeezes. A few years back, a cousin of yours came home from prison. Or rather crawled. He used to be broad-shouldered, loud, always carving funny little birds from driftwood. Now, he won't even look people in the eye. The jokes are gone. The birds, too. He just mutters something about walls that listen. You try not to look at the scar on his temple. And yet the law is not all pain. There are rewards, too. A man in the next village got elevated to a supervisory role because he caught 3 thieves in a month. He wears red sashes now. He walks with his chest out. Of course, one of those thieves was a child who snuck an extra yam from the communal pile, but hey, stats are stats. You hear of promotions for citizens who build a certain length of road or deliver a set quota of bricks to a government site. You could even gain land technically if you rat out someone sufficiently treasonous. But be careful. False reports carry their own punishments. It's like living in a board game where every wrong move ends in exile, and every right one just resets the clock. You're 10 years old when you first see a public execution. It's in the county seat, and your father insists you watch. This is the world, he says, not cruelly. Better to see it now than later. The man on the stage was accused of falsifying documents. His hands are tied behind his back with vines, and his mouth is stuffed with cloth so he can't plead. You don't remember the exact blow that ended it, just the moment right before his eyes scanning the crowd looking for someone who'd still call him human. And the crowd, stone faces, a few kids crying, a dog barking somewhere behind you. Life doesn't pause. You ask your mother that night why the man had to die. She answers while stirring a pot of turnip soup because the law said so. But what if the law is wrong? She pauses, then ladles out your bowl. Then we don't say that out loud. You learn quickly. Everyone does. You stop asking why. You stop lingering in the square. You start memorizing rules the way poets memorize rhymes. You count infractions, like bad dreams, quietly to yourself. There's a strange tidbit you once overheard from a traveling herbalist. He claimed some government posts are filled not based on talent, but based on birthmarks. Supposedly, a mole in the right place, say beneath the ear, could mark you as lucky divine or chosen. It's probably nonsense, but part of you checks the mirror anyway, because anything might lift you out of this constant pressure. Right. Still you survive. You dodge the overseers. You memorize the approved sayings. You hide your sarcasm inside your thoughts and hope no one notices. At night, the village gathers around tiny fires. Stories still slip out, coded, softened, disguised as fables. You hear one about a clever goose who escapes a hunter's trap by pretending to be dead. You laugh along with the others, but you know what the story really means. Everyone does. A girl your age says she wants to become a scribe someday. Her father glares at her so hard, she shrinks 2 inches on the spot. Scribes are men, he says flatly. You want to speak up. You want to say why not. But then you think of the execution, and your cousin's scar, and the soundless hush of the prison, and you say nothing. You lay in bed that night staring at the roof beams, wondering what the emperor dreams about. Maybe he dreams of immortality. Maybe he dreams of a world where everyone follows the rules so perfectly that laws aren't even needed anymore. Or maybe he doesn't dream at all. Maybe he's too busy watching you. You've barely had time to stop aching from yesterday's labor before today drags you out again. You're older now, just old enough to be noticed by the men who enforce the emperor's work levies. And lucky you, it's your turn. Not just farming, not sweeping roads, not collecting sticks for kindling. No, this time, you're part of the Great Conscription. You are going to help build the empire, literally. The village elder calls your name with no ceremony, and your mother doesn't cry, because she's already cried in private, probably last night, when she thought no one could hear her. Your father claps your shoulder, like it's good luck, but he avoids your eyes. They say it'll be a short assignment, maybe a few months, working on a palace structure. Or it could be the Great Wall, or a bridge, or a granary. The officials don't really explain. You just get a rope belt with a bronze medallion, some dry biscuits, and a vague destination northward. You carry no sword. You're not a soldier. But it doesn't matter. In Qin Shi Huang's empire, the line between soldier and laborer is mostly hypothetical. Both wear themselves down for the same man. The march begins before dawn. You walk with 30 others men from nearby villages, some older, a few younger than you. One is missing 3 fingers. One coughs like he's got something wet stuck in his lungs. One doesn't speak at all. You bond in the only way workers do: shared blisters, shared misery, shared jokes too stupid to repeat. The first days are the worst. Your feet swell. You sleep in ditches. Your rations turn to paste in your pocket. And the overseers shout like they think volume can replace compassion. You finally reach the site, if you can call it that. It's just a stretch of mountainous land where the terrain tries to kill you before exhaustion can. Boulders, mud, cliff drops. And through it all, a ribbon of stone wall, ragged and uneven, snaking up the hillside like it's daring you to finish it. You ask the man beside you how long this will take. He laughs. Depends. You planning on dying fast or slow? That's the Great Wall for you. It's not the smooth white fortress from postcards. It's a monster pieced together by states long before Qin, now being forced into coherence by men with too many whips and too little empathy. You lay bricks, haul rocks, shape lime with hands that stop feeling after the third day. The mortar gets under your fingernails and burns like fire. A fellow worker says the wall's supposed to keep out Xiongnu raiders. Another says it's just to keep you in. You're not sure which is worse. You meet a man from the southern Yue territories. His accent is strange, and he smells like betel nut. He says in his village they were building roads instead of walls. He heard someone died because they used the wrong length of measuring rope. Standard units, he says, rolling his eyes. Can you believe the emperor made us all use one kind of measurement? You nod. You can believe it. It's kind of his whole thing. Historians still argue whether Qin Shi Huang's massive infrastructure efforts, walls, roads, canals, were truly necessary or just symbols of obsessive control. You don't argue. You just haul the next stone. Sometimes as you struggle to lift a beam onto a scaffold, your mind wanders. You think about the rumors that when workers die, their bodies aren't always sent home. Sometimes they're shoved into the foundations stacked between the stones, like forgotten prayers. You tell yourself it's nonsense, just a spooky tale to keep you moving. Then you pass a corner where the stones are just a little off. And the smell? Well, you stop asking questions. One night during a rare rest, you lie beside a fire made from grass bundles and dried animal dung. You chew on cold rice. A man tells a joke about how Qin Shi Huang once sneezed, and 3 provinces had to send tissue paper. You laugh, but then the man freezes. An officer is passing by. Everyone goes silent. The officer glares at the group. Then, satisfied by your fear, he moves on. Someone exhales. The man beside you mutters, "One day, someone's going to tear this whole empire down." You look at him. He looks back. Neither of you says another word. The next day, the man who made the joke isn't at the work site. You ask the others if they saw where he went. They just shrug. Some look down. One pretends not to hear. There are fringe tales floating around the campfires about work gangs that rebelled, vanished into the hills, and formed outlaw communes. Most likely fantasy. But you wonder. And the wall goes on. You see men fall. You see a man get beaten for vomiting on the stonework. You watch your hands go from smooth to shredded to scabbed over stumps. You lose track of days. Only the phases of the moon give you any sense of passing time. And still, the wall goes on. Sometimes you catch a glimpse of beauty. A hawk circling above. A ribbon of snow melting in the mountains. A sunrise so sharp it paints your bones from the inside. But these moments are like droplets in a fire. They sizzle and vanish. Then one day, you're told you've served your quota. Your hands are shaking. Your skin is cracked. But you've survived. They don't say thank you. They don't even tell you what you built. They just give you a paper pass, wave you downhill, and tell you to walk until you recognize home. When you do finally reach your village, thinner, older, maybe broken in a few invisible places. Your mother hugs you tight enough to hurt. Your father simply nods. You lie down on your mat, stare at the roof again, and wonder if the wall you built will outlast you. Spoiler alert, it will. The days after your return blur like an overcooked rice soup, thick, colorless, predictable. You're back in your village now, though home feels like a strange word. Everything is smaller, quieter. The houses haven't moved, but somehow they don't look the same. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's the wall still clinging to your muscles. Still, there's comfort in routine. You wake, you work, you eat, you sleep. And you start to notice things again. Things you hadn't really paid attention to before the conscription. Like how every village has a rhythm. Yours, slow like a river, and twice as stubborn. Your village is tiny. Maybe 30 families. Mud brick homes with slanted thatch roofs. You hear the familiar sounds again. A baby squawking from under a rice basket, crib pigs snorting behind flimsy pens, an old man clearing his throat so loud you'd think he's challenging the ancestors to a duel. No temples here. No great towers or shrines. Just a shrine stone at the edge of the square with burnt incense sticks crammed between its cracks. Every household tends it, but no one really claims it. It's been here longer than the empire. Your village is ruled by a headman, of course, appointed by county officials, not by the people. He's a cautious man with a limp and a long memory. He says little, but he always knows who's pregnant, who's hiding stolen grain, and who's telling bedtime stories that don't feature the emperor. Children run barefoot, chasing chickens or imaginary demons, depending on the season. Women grind millet, gossiping in whispers. Men patch carts and roofs, and sometimes their dignity. And you mostly help where you're told. Rejoining village life is like putting on an old robe. It fits, but it itches. You notice how gossip is the real currency here. It flows faster than the imperial tax collectors. Everyone knows everything except when it comes to secrets that matter. Like when Mrs. Jin's son was taken for writing something funny about the emperor. The joke, no one ever repeats it. But somehow, everyone knows it ended with him in a chain gang building a canal. Or when two traveling merchants stopped by claiming they'd seen the emperor in a flying chariot. The village laughed for a whole day. The next morning, the merchants were gone. Nobody saw them leave. But a government inspector arrived just hours later, asking odd questions and squinting like he knew things. Your village, like many, runs on balance. You give the state what it asks, grain, labor, silence. In return, it gives you peace. Sort of. There's a fringe belief you've heard muttered late at night that the empire is cursed because it was built too fast. That roads shouldn't stretch so far, walls shouldn't coil like dragons, and rulers shouldn't try to live forever. It's nonsense, of course, but also, maybe not historians still argue whether these rural villages suffered more under Qin rule than under the wars that preceded it. War meant chaos. This means order. Painful, suffocating, constant order. But at least there's food again. Kind of. You help with planting now. Rows of millet, barley, and beans. Sometimes rice, if the paddies are cooperative. You rise with the sun and walk into the fields with a hoe, your breath clouding in the morning chill. The soil is stubborn. Your hands don't heal like they used to. You're not allowed to keep everything you grow. There are quotas. A portion must go to the state. Another goes to the local storehouse. You eat what's left, usually the small broken grains and vegetables deemed unsuitable for transport. Think of it as government generosity in the form of slightly moldy carrots. The tax collectors come often dressed in dark robes that never seem to get dirty. They inspect your bundles with eyes like hawks and hands like thieves. Too little grain. You get fined. Too much grain. Suspicious. They might assume you're hiding something. You once saw a man hide some beans in a hollowed gourd under his bed. His neighbors found out. The next day, the gourd and the man were gone. So, you don't hoard. You don't lie. You don't take more than your share. You follow the invisible tracks that Qin Shi Huang has carved across the countryside ruts of silence and obedience. Still, there's something charming about village life. Once you accept the rules, the fear becomes background noise. You know which corners the guards ignore, which days the overseer naps, and which neighbors will share an extra egg if you trade firewood. You attend local festivals, quiet ones, sanitized for imperial approval. No more songs about ancient kings. Now it's all loyalty odes and predictable dances, but sometimes behind closed doors. Your aunt hums an old melody that isn't on the official list. You listen eyes wide, heart thumping. It's a song about a goddess who turned into mist to avoid marrying a tyrant. Your aunt winks. Just a story, she says. Doesn't mean anything. But oh, it means everything. One night, you spot a strange man at the edge of the village sitting beneath the shrine stone. He's gaunt, in travel-worn robes, with a half-broken flute strapped to his back. He claims he once played in the capital for nobles. He says he left because the music died. They're smothered under laws and lists and quotas. You ask if he ever saw the emperor. He smiles. I saw his shadow once, cast from 100 li away. That was close enough. The next day, he's gone. Nobody talks about him. Just like the merchant, just like Mrs. Jin's son, just like the gourd. But life goes on. It always does. You fix thatch roofs, patch your shoes with pigskin scraps, chase goats that refuse to listen, and sometimes when no one's looking, you trace lines in the dirt, characters from the old script, the kind you're not supposed to remember. You're not a rebel. You're not a hero. You're just a person trying to live in a world that demands you serve first question never, and disappear quietly if you can't keep up. Still, on certain nights, under certain moons, you wonder what lies beyond this village, beyond these rules, beyond this empire stitched together from bricks and bones. And in the dark, that wonder is dangerous. You're not special. That's one of the first lessons you really feel deep in your chest once you've worked a year in the fields. You plow like 1,000 other peasants. You sweat like them, groan like them, curse the sun like them. You are a speck in the wheat, a voice in the wind, a name no official will ever remember. But today, you are needed. Because millet won't grow itself. The sun hasn't even peaked above the hills, but you're already bent over working the dirt with a dull bronze hoe. Your back is tight. Your fingers are numb. You slap away flies, curse quietly when a rock slices through your sandal, and keep at it. Farming under Qin Shi Huang isn't just your livelihood, it's your obligation. You owe the state grain, and the quotas don't care if your tools are broken or the sky decides not to rain this year. You grow millet mostly. Sometimes barley. Rice if you're lucky, and your village's irrigation isn't clogged with frog guts and silt. Crops are selected for yield, not for taste. You eat what you don't lose to the tax wagon. In spring, it's planting. In summer, weeding. In autumn, harvest. In winter, you repair tools, patch roofs, and pray the state doesn't suddenly require your presence in another massive labor project. You never stop working. There's no Sabbath. Just slightly shorter days when frost crusts the earth and your hands crack open like baked clay. Your family owns the plot in name, but it's state-regulated. Land redistribution was one of Qin Shi Huang's big moves. He tore down the noble estates and gave land to ordinary people under state control. Historians still argue whether that actually helped farmers or just made it easier to monitor them. Either way, it's your job to make sure your assigned MU, a little over a tenth of an acre, turns green. You have a wooden plow strapped to a bony ox that seems to hate you personally. The blade is dull, the reins are frayed, and the animal stops more often than it walks. You'd kill for some proper iron tools, but those are mostly used on government projects or hoarded by the slightly less poor families down the lane. You pause to catch your breath, leaning on the hoe. Your neighbor, Mr. Gao, spits into the dust and grunts. If you stare too long at the ground, it starts looking back. That's the most philosophical thing you've heard all week. There's something mesmerizing about the rhythm of rural labor. Step, hoe, breathe, wipe, sweat. Again, again, and again. You zone out until the ache in your back becomes background noise and your fingers keep moving on their own. It's exhausting, yes, but also weirdly meditative. You're too tired to worry, too focused to feel afraid. Your mother brings you water warm, slightly sour, but wet enough to save your life. She also brings a snack, a boiled turnip, and a few dried jujubes. You devour it like it's roast duck. She sits beside you for a minute, wiping her brow with her sleeve. "At least we're not fighting wars," she says softly. You don't respond, but you both think the same thing, not yet. There are fringe practices. Some farmers whisper about folk rituals to wake the soil or calm the wind. Some plant coins in the corners of their fields. Others pour out rice wine as an offering to the ground itself. You've seen your aunt mumble to the millet before harvest. You don't mock it. When you're desperate for a good yield, superstition and prayer start to look awfully practical. Your village has a small irrigation canal fed from a larger government-built network. It's one of the emperor's most praised policies, waterworks stretching across provinces, feeding farms, helping the empire bloom. But when something goes wrong, a blockage, a collapsed wall, you're the one with the shovel, not the engineer who planned it. And the officer who checks water flow doesn't accept mudslide as an excuse for a low yield. You learn to predict weather from clouds, wind, and the behavior of birds. Not because it's fun, but because 1 week of drought can mean a year of punishment. You've seen what happens when a family's field fails. They're fined first. Then their tools get confiscated. Then someone gets taken away to help on a state project. It's a one-way kind of helping. Despite it all, there's a quiet pride in getting the grain to grow. You run your hands over a stalk of millet and feel the tiny bumps of seed heads like a whisper of survival. You've done this. You've fed your family. You've fed the empire. That counts for something, even if no one ever thanks you for it. During harvest season, the whole village works together, moving like ants, fast coordinated and slightly panicked. Everyone helps. Even the children carry baskets of grain. You move in teams, separating stalks, winnowing, and measuring into rough bundles. And when the official tax agents arrive with their scales and ledgers, everyone holds their breath. 1 year, a neighbor tries to fudge the numbers. He hides some millet in a clay urn beneath his house. A child squeals. A soldier notices. The urn is smashed. The grain is seized. The man is whipped in the square, then sentenced to a year building a canal hundreds of li away. His wife screams. His son doesn't. You work hard because you have to, but also because you're afraid not to. That's life under Qin Shi Huang. Still, there are tiny joys. When the harvest's done, and the quota met your family roasts sweet potatoes over hot stones. The smell fills the house. You might get a drop of honey if someone has some. And on a really lucky night, your father pulls out a dusty bottle of sorghum wine and passes it around with a wink like you're all criminals. You sit outside that night full and drowsy and watch the stars burn cold overhead. Somewhere far away, the emperor is doing something, ordering more projects, searching for immortality, making new laws. But for this moment, it doesn't matter, because here, in this patch of earth, you've scraped into obedience. Life is growing, slowly, stubbornly, and you're still here. That's no small thing. The market opens before the sky even starts turning pink. You hear the sounds, first wheels creaking under heavy carts, chickens protesting their fate, and voices bartering in that half-whisper, half-threat tone that says nobody's got time for pleasantries. You walk there with your father carrying 2 baskets, one with millet, the other with pickled turnip wrapped in reed leaves. You hope to trade both for something more exciting than more millet. The Qin marketplace isn't glamorous. It's not a colorful bazaar full of silk and spices. It's dusty, loud, kind of smells like someone forgot a fish in the sun. But it's your one chance a week to glimpse the wider world and maybe snag a treat that isn't made from whatever you dug up behind your house. Your father warns you before you go, keep your eyes low. Don't haggle too loud. Don't say anything that sounds clever. All good advice, because this is no free-for-all. This is Qin Shi Huang's market, and yes, even shopping is regulated. It hits you quickly. Everything is standardized. The coins, all round with square holes in the center. Bronze heavy and stamped with the same characters no matter where you are. The measuring cups, same size, same shape. Because the emperor likes it that way. You pass a vendor selling dried persimmons, and your stomach actually growls. Next to him, a woman with fat jars of sesame oil. Across the way, a butcher with slabs of pork hanging like flags of surrender. You stop for a second because pork is a luxury, and it's been months since you've smelled anything that rich. Then you see the guards. 2 men dressed in black with spears and eyes sharper than fishhooks. They don't smile. Ever. One of them catches your stare and doesn't blink. You immediately look down and shuffle away. Because here's the thing, trade is allowed. But only the kind that serves the empire. Selling salt. You better have a permit. Trading iron tools. You better really have a permit. Possessing foreign goods like that silk scarf you spotted once with a Sogdian pattern, risky, suspicious, possibly treasonous. Historians still argue whether Qin markets improve people's lives or just tighten the noose of state control. From where you stand, it's both. You can trade and buy, sure. But someone's always watching, always measuring, always judging if that handful of dried mushrooms you just exchanged was too good of a deal. You walk past a man selling medicinal roots, who whispers about a powder that heals everything except heartbreak. You pass a weaver advertising robes woven by the daughters of moonlight. The claims are absurd, but you nod and smile. People like stories. They miss poetry, even if they pretend not to. A few stalls over, a boy barely older than you is selling painted dolls, wooden figures, with fierce eyebrows and warrior armor. He says they're based on the emperor's elite guards. One even has a tiny whip. You want one. Badly. But your millet won't stretch that far. Instead, you trade your pickled turnip for half a melon. soft, sweet, and sun-warmed. You eat it slowly, while sitting on a rice sack, letting the juice dribble down your chin. For 5 minutes, life tastes like victory. Then comes the shouting. A scuffle breaks out near the herbalist's stall. A man's accused of passing off counterfeit coins, badly forged bronze discs thinner than they should be. The guards are on him before he can even run. He tries, but they're faster. One knocks him down with the butt of his spear. The other ties his hands with a rope slick from earlier use. They drag him toward a holding post, and everyone watches, pretending they're not. You hear the man protesting, claiming innocence, claiming he didn't know. One of the guards mutters, "You should have known. That's enough." You keep chewing your melon slower now. A fringe rumor floats through the market sometimes that in the capital there's a secret black market lane where merchants trade forbidden scrolls and foreign wine. They say the emperor's men pretend not to notice because even they like a little chaos sometimes. But here in your village, chaos isn't tolerated. It's erased. Later you pass an older woman who sells brushes and ink. She's got a sad smile and 3 missing fingers. She used to teach writing you hear before the new laws. Now she just sells tools no one dares use for anything but government reports. You ask about the brush with the silver cap, and she says it remembers better things. Your father trades with a spice vendor, just a pinch of Sichuan pepper, the kind that makes your tongue feel like it's waking up from a nap. He overpays, but the vendor gives a nod that says you're one of the good ones. On the walk back, your father sighs. It's better than before. At least the roads are safe. At least bandits are fewer. You nod. It's true. The Qin roads are smooth, wide, and patrolled. That's another thing the emperor did, built thousands of straight roads from the capital to the provinces, all measured, all connected, all leading back to him. Commerce thrives. Goods move. And so do soldiers. Lots of soldiers. One time you saw a full patrol march down the road, 10 across 100 deep. Their armor clinked like wind chimes made of death. No one spoke. Even babies went quiet. The roads are safe, yes, but only because they're soaked in the silence of fear. Back at home, you stash your melon rind under the cooking fire to feed to the pigs. You turn the bronze coins over in your palm. You feel their weight, the roundness, the square hole in the center. Everything must be ordered, your father says, reading your thoughts. Even the money. That night, lying on your mat, you think about how the market seemed so alive, so loud, but also like a stage. Every word rehearsed, every trade monitored, every smile a little too sharp. You wonder what it would be like to trade without fear, to shout your prices, to sell whatever you wanted without worrying if someone would report you for it. But that world, it doesn't exist. Not here. Not now. You fall asleep with the taste of melon still on your tongue. And somewhere in the dark, a tax officer sharpens his ink brush. You don't choose your family. And under Qin Shi Huang, your family doesn't exactly choose you either. It's not about love or compatibility. It's about duty, reputation, and surviving another season without shame. From the moment you can walk, you're not just someone's child. You're an extension of your father's name, your mother's diligence, your grandfather's standing in the village. Your household runs like a tiny empire inside the big one. Strict hierarchy, invisible rules, and way too much pressure. Your father is the head of the family. Period. What he says goes, even if he's dead wrong or wildly drunk. Your mother enforces the daily rhythm like a metronome made of rice and hard stairs. And your grandparents if they're still alive, basically have God-level authority. You bow to them deeper than you bow to statues. Family isn't just important, it's everything. If someone messes up, it sticks to all of you. Your cousin gets arrested for slandering an official. Suddenly, you're the kid who comes from that family. People whisper, eyes linger, marriages get canceled, jobs disappear. Shame is a second shadow here. The Qin legal code reinforces it. Collective punishment is real. If one person breaks a law and no one reports it, everyone is guilty. So if your brother hides stolen grain and you keep quiet, congratulations, you're all off to the labor camps. Family loyalty and survival constantly pull at opposite ends of the rope, and sometimes it's your neck in the middle. Historians still argue whether this system of mutual responsibility was brilliant social engineering or straight-up emotional blackmail. You don't argue. You just keep your mouth shut and hope nobody in your household suddenly develops a rebellious streak. Marriage, of course, is not about love. That would be adorable. It's an agreement between families. A contract negotiated with grain cloth or livestock. You've seen it happen, two fathers spitting into their palms and shaking hands over the fate of their children. You once asked a girl in your village if she knew her husband before their wedding. She blinked and said, "Only from the back of his head." Your own match is being arranged quietly. You're not allowed in the discussions, but you hear the murmurs. Your father says you need someone from a respectable family. No scandals. No weird birthmarks. No cursed relatives. Your mother adds, preferably with strong hips. You try not to picture any of it, but you already know the wedding won't be yours. It'll belong to everyone else. The ceremony, when it comes, is brief but suffocating. Red cloth, smoky incense, too many eyes. You bow to ancestors you've never met, and to in-laws who look like they're evaluating livestock. Afterward, your wedding feast consists of boiled millet-roasted sweet potato and a suspiciously chewy duck leg. You don't smile. You don't cry. You just endure. Living together is awkward at first. You and your spouse are essentially strangers trying to share a room smaller than a horse's stall. You learn their habits, their voice in the dark, the exact way they snore when dreaming. You learn what makes them laugh, what makes them go quiet, what scares them more than imperial inspectors. And over time, something strange happens. Maybe not love, not the kind sung about in forbidden poems, but a kind of understanding. You share burdens. You cover for each other. You plan together, planting schedules, repairs, how to keep your kid from stepping on the firewood. It's not romance, but it's real. Speaking of kids, you better have some. Many. Quickly. Because sons are your future, your retirement plan, and your insurance against dying forgotten. Daughters. Valuable too, mostly for marriage alliances or helping around the house. But sons carry the name. Sons count in the records. Your first child is born in a room that smells like boiled herbs and fear. The midwife says little. Your spouse screams. The baby arrives, slick and loud, already demanding things no one can afford. You hold this tiny squirming life and feel a jolt, not joy exactly, but awe. This right here is your contribution to the state, a fresh body for the emperor to count. You register the birth with the local scribe, who scratches it into a bamboo slip with as much enthusiasm as someone updating a warehouse inventory. Still, it's official now. The child exists. One more name under the weight of the first emperor's rule. There's a fringe belief that babies born under certain constellations are destined for greatness or ruin. Your neighbor swears her second son came during a dragon moon, and now he won't stop biting goats. You nod politely, then go home and check the stars for your own child. You see nothing special, just the same sky everyone else gets. Discipline in the home is tight. You're strict because you have to be. The empire is watching. If your child speaks out of turn in the market, an official might assume your whole household lacks respect. So you teach them early bow, obey, speak softly, never ask questions in public. You don't want them to be afraid, but you need them to survive. You tell them bedtime stories, carefully edited. No kings who failed. No tricksters who outsmarted power. Just tales about loyalty, diligence, and grain that grew tall because the farmer was obedient. You save the real stories, the ones about vanished scholars and angry mountain spirits, for nights when the shutters are closed and no one can overhear. Sometimes you wonder what it would be like to live alone, far from all this. No family, no rules, no expectations. But the thought evaporates quickly. Life alone is life at the mercy of strangers. Family might suffocate you, but it also shields you. Just barely. And besides, there's work to do. Your father's getting slower. Your mother's joints are stiff. Your child is growing wide-eyed and quiet. And it's your turn now to lead, to protect, to serve. You don't get applause. You don't get thanks. But when your child calls you by name and reaches for your hand with sticky fingers, you feel something shift. Something gentle. Something hopeful. Maybe even sacred. Because no matter how tight the empire squeezes, it can't crush the small, stubborn fire inside a family, the kind that still glows even when no one's watching. You wake up hungry. Not unusual. Hunger has its own rhythm in your life. It hums under your skin like background music you can't turn off. But today, it's sharper. Your stomach twists in on itself like it's trying to eat your backbone. Breakfast, if you can call it that, is millet porridge, thin, grayish, and about as exciting as damp cloth. You chew because you must not, because you want to. Your child doesn't complain. They know better. Complaining wastes energy, and energy is precious when food is this scarce. Under Qin Shi Huang, your meals depend on what the fields give and what the tax officials don't take. That second part, a big if. Sometimes you joke with your spouse that you're just renting food from the emperor. They don't laugh. You don't blame them. You slurp your porridge and think longingly about pork. Rich, fatty pork. The kind you smelled once outside the governor's villa, where the guards roasted a whole pig for some celebration. You weren't invited, of course. But the scent, oh, it hung in the air, like a ghost haunting your nose for days. You mostly eat plants. Vegetables, if you're lucky, radishes, turnips, leeks. Occasionally, wild greens you're not totally sure are safe. You learned which mushrooms not to eat after that one awful week when your uncle saw a talking goat and tried to hug a tree for 6 straight hours. Meat is rare. Sometimes there's dried fish salted into a leather-like chew. Once in a while, your neighbor traps a rabbit and shares the scraps. You savor those days like they're festivals. Because most of the time, the only animals near your mouth are flies. Historians still argue whether Qin's food distribution systems were effective or exploitative. Sure, there are storehouses. Sure, grain is moved across provinces. But if your village is last on the list, the carts might never make it. And local officials sometimes forget to pass down what's owed. Mice get blamed. You suspect richer mouths upstream. Lunch is often just leftovers, if you had breakfast, that is. Otherwise, you chew on steamed tubers or scrape the bottom of last night's soup pot. That rich broth you heard about in stories. Turns out, it's mostly water bones and a prayer and dinner. That depends. If the harvest was decent and the tax was light, maybe you get a vegetable stir made in a cracked clay pot over a wood fire. If it's winter, maybe you get nothing but a pinch of pickled cabbage and hot water to trick your belly. You've learned tricks, though. Your mother taught you to mash old millet cakes into a thick gruel and fry them in leftover oil. Crispy on the outside, chewy in the middle. It tastes like memory and desperation. Still, it fills a corner of your stomach. Once you saw a traveling cook-light sesame oil and pour it over chopped leeks and tofu. The smell nearly made you cry. That night you dreamed of scallions blooming into gold coins. When you woke up, your pillow tasted like drool. Then there's the drink. Tea isn't really a thing here, not yet, not for you. You drink water if it's clean, which it often isn't. Boiled water is best, but firewood's limited. Sometimes you sip warm millet wine if your father's in a good mood, or your uncle's been secretly fermenting again. There's a fringe remedy people whisper about drinking water that's been stirred with a jade spoon. Supposedly purifies the body and brings clarity. You've never seen jade. But you did once stir your soup with a greenish stick and felt nothing except a mouthful of bark. Bathing. That's a luxury. The nearby river is too cold half the year and too muddy the rest. You wash your face with a damp rag and scrape your fingernails with straw. You smell like everyone else, earth smoke and effort. Perfume for nobles. You, on the other hand, use crushed herbs when you can find them, or dab a little ash behind your ears to dull the stronger odors. You like to think it works. Your spouse diplomatically says nothing. Lice are a fact of life. So are fleas. Every week or so, your household has a delousing day. You sit in a circle, combing each other's hair, with bone picks, and squishing anything that crawls. It's weirdly bonding. Gross, but bonding. Your clothes don't get washed much. Water's too precious. You beat them against rocks when the stench starts drawing flies. Your tunic is stiff with dust and sweat, and your sandals are one snapped thong away from becoming mulch. But hey, at least your neighbor's still wearing a robe with 3 different size sleeves. Fashion, it seems, is relative. You sleep on a straw mat. If it rains, the roof leaks. If it's hot, the mosquitoes attack. You wrap yourself in a faded blanket and listen to the sounds of the night insects, humming a dog barking far away, someone snoring through a wall, thin enough to hear dreams. Sometimes, sleep is hard. You shift, trying to get comfortable on a mat that's too short for your legs and smells vaguely like onions. Your back aches. Your knees crack. You stare at the ceiling and count the days until harvest. Again. But other times, you drift off quickly. Your body too tired to protest. Your mind too numb to worry. And in those moments, curled beside your child and your spouse, belly half full and bones just warm enough, you feel a flicker of peace. It's not the life the poets write about, but it's yours. And tomorrow, the millet will still need tending, the water will still need boiling, and the fire will still need feeding. You'll get up, chew your porridge, scratch your scalp, and do it all over again. Because under Qin Shi Huang, the empire never sleeps, and neither do you not, really. You scratch your scalp again. The thing about dirt is it's everywhere. Under your nails, in your clothes, on your skin, inside your nose. You can scrub all day and still feel like the earth is hugging you too hard. But under Qin Shi Huang, cleanliness isn't about smelling nice or looking good. It's about not being disgusting enough to offend your elders or attract the wrong kind of attention. Bathing is a rare event, more ritual than routine. Not because you're lazy, far from it, but because water is precious, soap is expensive, and time is rationed like rice. You bathe maybe once a week if the river is high and you don't mind your limbs going numb. Most days you settle for a damp rag and a good scrape with a pumice stone. And don't expect a luxurious soap bar either. You use ash from burnt bean pods, or if you're fancy, a mix of animal fat and crushed herbs. Your mother swears by goat tallow mixed with powdered orange peel. You smell like a candle, but it kind of works. Your hair gets special treatment, or punishment depending on how you look at it. It's long if you're a man of age, oiled down and tied in a top knot. If you're a woman, it's braided or coiled, held in place with pins made from bone wood or occasionally broken tools. Washing it is a luxury combing, it is a daily battle. And lice. Oh, they're a lifestyle. The kind you share. You sit outside with your spouse or siblings picking through each other's hair, squinting in the sunlight like you're looking for treasure. Crunch. Flick. Repeat. It's disgusting and weirdly soothing. There's a fringe practice going around bathing in fermented bean juice. They say it kills lice and makes your skin soft. You tried it once. You just smelled like spoiled soup for 3 days and still got bitten. So now it's back to vinegar rinses and long sighs. You once asked an older cousin how nobles stayed clean. He told you about palace bathhouses with heated water and perfumed oils, pools tiled with smooth stones, servants who scrub your back fans that dry your skin without you lifting a finger. You nodded slowly, then went back to heating your bath water in a cracked pot over a fire that kept going out. Your home has no toilet, not a real one. Just a pit out back with a wooden lid and a shovel nearby. When it rains, you avoid it. When it's dry, you gag. You toss in ash to keep the smell down, and once a month, someone gets the delightful task of emptying it onto the compost heap. Usually you. Tooth care. Sort of exists. You chew on willow twigs, hoping the fibers clean off yesterday's porridge. Your grandfather insists on rubbing his gums with salt. Your little cousin once used charcoal and claimed his breath could kill a goose at 10 paces. No one disagreed. Perfume is rare. Most villagers rely on herbal sachets, little cloth bundles filled with mint mugwort or crushed plum blossoms. You wear one around your neck, not because it makes you smell amazing, but because it masks the scent of living. If you pass someone who actually smells like lavender, it means they're either an official's concubine or they've bribed the right vendor. Clothing is another battlefield. You wear a hemp robe dyed in whatever shade the mud gives, that season usually brownish gray if you're lucky. Silk is for the elite. You've never touched it, but you imagine it feels like water that forgot to be wet. Your tunic smells like whatever you worked in that day. Smoke, sweat, pig pen, burnt turnips. You wash it in the river when it stiffens like a board. Beating clothes against stones isn't as satisfying as it sounds, especially when a current catches your only good pair of trousers and carries them downstream. Still, everyone smells. Everyone's dusty. Everyone's got that crusty layer of survival thing going on. So it kind of balances out. You just hope you're never chosen for a surprise inspection. Because then it's panic baths, stolen soap, and pretending your teeth always look like this. Historians still argue whether average Qin citizens cared about hygiene or just tolerated filth out of necessity. You think it's a bit of both. People like feeling clean, but people also like not freezing to death, trying to wash their hair. There's one bright spot: rain. When it comes, you strip down and let the sky do the work. Kids run around screaming. Grown-ups raise their faces. You use your tunic like a washcloth, scrubbing your arms and legs with reckless glee. For 15 glorious minutes, the whole village smells less like livestock and more like wet joy. Of course, the downside is slipping in the mud, flashing your neighbor accidentally, and realizing halfway through you forgot to close the pig pen. Again, nails are cleaned with thin twigs, ears with the end of feathers, and your feet, you just pray they don't rot. Everyone knows at least one guy whose toenails look like they've seen battle. Your family has a saying, better dirty and breathing than clean and buried. It's not a great motto, but it's accurate. On festival days, you do try harder. You wash your face, comb your hair, put on your least threadbare robe. Maybe dab a little sesame oil behind your ears if you're feeling fancy. You do your best to look like a functioning citizen of a great empire, even if your sandals squeak and your fingernails are tragic. You look in the basin's reflection and see someone older than you remember, tired, sun darkened, maybe a little proud, because in a world of mud sweat and surveillance, being presentable is practically an act of rebellion. You dry off with a scratchy cloth. You pat down your child's hair. You nod to your spouse. And then, stepping out into the dusty street, you walk like someone who belongs. Even if you still kind of smell like goat, you've got a headache. Not the kind from sunstroke or dehydration, though those are frequent companions. No, this one's deeper, more mysterious. It starts behind your eyes and coils down your neck like a creeping vine. You think maybe I'm cursed. You're only half joking. But under Qin Shi Huang, you don't exactly run to the apothecary or schedule a wellness retreat. You do what everyone else does. You go see the village healer who smells like burnt bark and speaks in riddles. You step into her smoky hut, ducking under bundles of dried herbs. She peers at your tongue, pokes your wrist, and hums thoughtfully. Excess wind in the liver, she says. You blink. You weren't aware your liver had weather patterns. She hands you a pouch of chopped roots and dried centipedes. Boil it, drink it, and stop eating salted beans at night. You nod, even though you just stocked up on salted beans. Medicine in the Qin era is a blend of hope habit and hair-raising ingredients. There's no germ theory, no MRI scans. Just your pulse, your skin, and the energy known as Qi, the invisible life force that, according to traditional thinking, flows through everything from your kidneys to your shoelaces. You've heard stories of court physicians in the capital who dissected criminals to learn more about organs. Not voluntarily, of course. But if a convict's about to be executed, why not open him up and poke around first? Historians still argue whether Qin scholars practiced proto-anatomy or if those tales were dramatic fabrications passed down to spice up otherwise grim narratives. Either way, you're not volunteering your body for science. If your ailment is minor fever chills, mysterious rashes that may or may not be related to last week's mushroom soup, the healer has something for it. Usually roots, always bitter, and sometimes oddly specific like bat droppings powdered under the second full moon. If it's something worse, like a festering wound, or a sick baby who won't stop crying, she may recommend stronger measures, cupping with heated bowls, burning mugwort near your feet, or binding you in red silk charms covered in protective glyphs. You do all of it, even if you're not sure you believe in it. Because the alternative, doing nothing, and that's worse. Then there are the real fringe solutions, the ones whispered about when nobody else is around. Snake bile, bear gallbladder, powdered tiger bone. You've never seen any of them, and probably never will. They're expensive, rare, and likely illegal, unless used by the emperor's own physicians. But you have seen people smear frog paste on their temples or rub raw garlic on bruises to scare the demons away. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it just makes you smell like fear and soup. But medicine isn't the only thing people turn to when things go wrong. There's magic too. Not wand-waving, sparkle in the air kind of magic. This is older, quieter, and sometimes much scarier. Your village believes in spirits, river gods, mountain ghosts, ancestors who listen, and ones who watch. There's a small shrine at the end of the main path where people leave burnt paper and fruit offerings. Once a month, the oldest women in the village gather at dusk and chant for protection. You don't know the words, and you're not allowed to ask. Your grandmother once told you never to point at the moon. It'll slice your ear while you sleep, she said. You've never tested it. Another elder says pregnant women should never tie knots. It confuses the baby. Yet another swears the emperor himself was born during a solar eclipse, and that his shadow contains a fragment of a fire demon. You nodded politely, then backed away slowly. People say the empire runs on rules and stone roads. But really, it runs on fear and superstition. The emperor may not believe in ghosts, but the villagers do. And frankly, the villagers have been around longer. You've also heard rumors about Qin Shi Huang's personal quest for immortality. Supposedly, he sends teams of scholars and mystics to remote islands to find the elixir of life. Some never return. Others bring back rocks and claim they're divine. The emperor reportedly drinks mercury mixtures to purify his blood. You think that explains a lot? A traveling monk once told your father that real healing comes from within. Your father said, "So does phlegm," and sent him away. But deep down, you do wonder. Could there be something beyond the roots and powders? Something beyond chance and stars? You test your own theories sometimes. You talk to trees, whisper wishes into your cooking pot. Once you carved a tiny charm from gourd skin and tucked it under your child's mattress. The fever stopped. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe you just don't need to know the answer. When someone dies, the healer prepares incense and paints talismans in red ink. Coins are placed under the tongue. A bowl of rice is offered at the feet. The family weeps. Quietly loud grief invites jealous spirits. Then a few days later, life continues. Fields must be worked, fires lit, clothes mended. The dead become part of the rhythm, absorbed into the story of the family. The ashes cool, but the memory lingers. You wonder if the emperor fears death. He must, if he's chasing eternal life with such desperation. You wonder if all this, the roads, the walls, the laws, are just ways to hold death at bay, to build something too large for time to destroy. But here in the village, time still wins. Skin wrinkles, bones ache, children cough, and still you stir the bitter root tea, wrap the feverish child in warm cloth, and mutter a prayer not to the emperor but to the wind. Because under Qin Shi Huang, you don't expect miracles, but sometimes you hope for one anyway. And sometimes, hope is medicine too. You pull the same robe over your head every morning. Hemp. Coarse. Slightly musty no matter how many times it's rinsed in river water. It scratches your neck in one spot and hangs unevenly because your cousin stitched it in a hurry back when you'd outgrown your last one and had blisters on both heels from wearing nothing. What you wear tells everyone exactly who and what you are. In Qin Shi Huang's empire, clothes aren't fashion statements. They're classification tools. No silk for you. No embroidery. No color, really. Just practical, sturdy, state-appropriate wear. Because what you wear signals your rank, your role, and whether or not a soldier should stop you for inspection. Your robe isn't dyed, earth-colored, held in place with a rope belt that's been reknotted so many times it looks more like a noodle than a tie. You patch holes with leftover scraps, and when the knees go thin, you simply wear it a little longer and try not to kneel too hard. That's life in the lower classes. And you're not alone. Everyone around you wears the same sad, sagging outfits. It's like living in a world where beige is a personality. But once in a while you see them, the officials, silk-robed, sash-wrapped, glossy like riverfish swimming through a muddy current. Their outfits are sharp, layered, clean. Most wear black or dark blue, the official state colors. You once caught a glimpse of a robe with a jade-inlaid clasp. Just a clasp probably worth more than your entire extended family. Historians still argue whether clothing restrictions in the Qin dynasty were enforced strictly everywhere or only in urban centers. But in your rural village, they're enforced enough to make you think twice before adding even a hint of flair to your tunic. There are rules, so many rules. Laborers and peasants must wear simple robes tied with rope or twine. No jewelry unless it's functional. So, good luck explaining your carved gourd necklace to the local inspector. Only government officials and nobles can wear silk. And even they have specific guidelines. Sleeve-length color pattern. Heaven forbid a low-level clerk wears a high-level hat. You remember when Mrs. Han's nephew visited from the capital. He arrived in a robe that shimmered faintly in the sun, dyed with indigo, and embroidered with a spiral pattern that looked suspiciously luxurious. Within an hour, 2 guards arrived, asked a lot of pointy questions, and escorted him to the magistrate's house. The next day, he left wearing something that looked suspiciously like your cousin's hand-me-downs. So yeah, you don't experiment. Your shoes are straw sandals. Functional. Fraying. They don't protect much from rocks, and when it rains, they soak through and squish like soup dumplings. Nobles wear leather boots, sometimes with soft linings made from rabbit fur. You've never touched rabbit fur, but you imagine it feels like forgiveness. Your spouse has one nice outfit, still hemp, but dyed slightly gray-blue with fermented bean water and crushed berries. It's reserved for tax season and ancestor ceremonies. They treat it like silk, folding it neatly and wrapping it in cloth when not in use. It smells like the back of the grain shed in reverence. Undergarments, almost not a thing. You've got a wrap if you're lucky. Otherwise, it's layers of robe and air circulation. The richer folks have linen underlayers. You've heard rumors of imported cotton, soft, breathable, and definitely not meant for peasants. Then there's headwear. You wear a simple cloth head wrap to keep the dust out of your hair. On special days, you tie it tighter, hoping to look respectable, even if your ears get squashed. Officials wear tall hats, often stiffened with bamboo frames and decorated with cords or beads that show rank. You once saw a judge tilt his hat just slightly, and 4 people bowed automatically. That's the kind of hat power you can't sew at home. Fringe belief in your village says red thread sewn into the hem of a robe can protect you from evil spirits. You've seen your grandmother quietly stitch it into her cuffs during eclipse season. She says it keeps the ghosts confused. You're not sure it works, but you've started adding red thread too. Can't hurt. You occasionally dream of silk light, smooth, almost floating. The kind that breathes with you. You imagine walking through the market and not feeling like the dust is in love with your skin. But then you wake up, pull on your same robe, and the dream folds away like the hem of a memory. The emperor, they say, wears robes so grand, that no two are alike. Gold thread. Mythical beasts embroidered along the sleeves. Silk so fine, it whispers. You imagine what it must feel like to wear something that isn't held together by hope and 5 kinds of stitches. And yet clothing does more than mark class. It marks occasion. Funerals. Everyone wears white mourning color. Weddings, red sashes for joy. During winter, you layer up with quilted hemp. Summer fewer layers, looser wraps, and endless complaints. Sometimes you see people decorating their belts with bone charms, wooden carvings, or small pouches filled with herbs. They're not fashion accessories. They're protection charms or small symbols of status. One man ties a hollow gourd to his sash, not for looks, but for water. But it looks cool. You make a mental note. And every once in a while, when the wind catches your robe just right, and the sun hits your shoulder like a blessing you feel, kind of dignified. Sure, it's itchy. Sure, you've had to restitch the underarm 4 times. But it's yours. You earned it with blisters, and burned fingers, and days spent ankle-deep in mud. You may not wear silk, but you wear your life. And that counts for something. You chew your lip and squint at the carved bamboo slip. The characters blur together like smeared ink, and you realize again that you're not entirely sure what you're looking at. You can almost read a few of the signs. Grain, maybe. Law. Possibly emperor. But your eyes skip over the rest like stones over water. That's the thing about life under Qin Shi Huang. You live under edicts carved in wood and stone, but you can't actually read most of them. Education is a luxury, not a right, not a childhood guarantee. If you were born a peasant, odds are you were taught how to count sacks of millet and avoid saying the wrong thing. And maybe, just maybe, if your family had a few strings to pull, or a kindly uncle with leftover ink, you were taught a few hundred of the standard characters. But full literacy, that's for the sons of officials. Your village has one scribe. He's got a bent-back eyes like needles, and a bad habit of laughing when someone mispronounces a word. His brush glides across bamboo slips like it's painting air. You don't know where he trained, but you suspect it was in a place where food didn't taste like dirt and cold tea. He teaches a handful of local boys, always boys. Usually, those from wealthier homes whose fathers can spare them from fieldwork long enough to memorize legal codes in the imperial script. You asked once if girls could learn too. He laughed so hard he started coughing. Then he pointed to the laundry bucket and said, "There's your education." Historians still argue whether the Qin truly discouraged female education, or if that was just the social norm of the time. Either way, in your corner of the empire, it's not even a question. Girls cook, boys count. But even among the boys, education isn't guaranteed. It costs grain, it costs time, and it comes with rules. After Qin Shi Huang unified China, he also unified the writing system. No more regional scripts, no more confusing character variants. He wanted everything clean, consistent, and imperial. The script, small seal script, became the state standard. It's elegant, curling a little fussy, and totally unforgiving if you mess up a stroke. You tried copying it once. It came out looking like a snake got into a bowl of soup. You memorize a few words, though. You have to. How else will you read the signs at the tax office or the warnings posted outside the village gate? You know the character for death. It's popular. There's a story floating around, maybe true, maybe not, about a kid who copied a love poem onto a bamboo slip using the old script from the Kingdom of Chu. His teacher found it, burned it, and reported the family. They were fined, re-educated, and the kid now works in a quarry. For love, romantic, and tragic. Fringe belief in your village says that reading too much dries out your eyes and shrivels your brain. Old Mrs. Gao insists her cousin went blind from memorizing too many Confucian classics. The irony, of course, is that those classics are now banned. Because Qin Shi Huang didn't just standardize writing, he controlled it. Only state-approved texts are allowed. Historical accounts, philosophical treatises, poems from rival dynasties gone, burned, buried, erased. The emperor wants a nation that speaks his language, reads his laws, and forgets everything that came before. Your uncle remembers some old sayings from the Analects. He whispers them at night like dirty jokes. The gentleman is calm without arrogance. He'll mutter, then chuckle nervously and glance at the window. You don't ask what it means. Just listening feels risky. Sometimes, though, you crave learning, not just out of rebellion, but because it feels like there's more. More than millet, more than manure, more than memorizing laws you can't read. You see a character etched into a pot and wonder what did that used to mean before the emperor pressed it into shape. You learn to recognize seals, those square red stamps that mean something's official. You learn which characters warn you to stop and which ones are stamped on state-issued goods. You can't write them not perfectly, but you can sense them in your bones. They're everywhere, like ghosts that yell in silence. Occasionally, a traveling scholar passes through. He's old, sunburned, with a bamboo staff and too many opinions. He recites poems about mountains and exile. He drinks too much and mutters about the burning of the past. He leaves before the guards ask questions. And for a few nights after your dreams are full of rhymes you don't understand, but still ache with, your child asks you what a word means. You pause, make something up, then quietly vow to do better. Your spouse once carved your names into a beam above the fire pit using the simplest, clumsiest script they knew. You run your fingers over it sometimes. It's wrong, messy, unapproved, but it's yours, and no one's burned it yet. You make friends with the village scribe eventually. Kind of. He agrees to teach you a few extra characters if you help him haul water and feed his old cat. You learn rice fire home soldier truth. You practice at night, by firelight scratching in the dust, with a stick, while the baby snores and your knees throb from planting. And just when you start to feel like you're getting it, new edict, new characters, a shift in phrasing, a different seal, you sigh. The empire doesn't rest, and neither does its bureaucracy. But still, you keep scratching. You keep reading the backs of jars, and the warnings on bamboo slips, and the graffiti some brave soul scrawled behind the well. Because even if the words aren't yours, even if the stories are state-approved and sterilized, there's power in knowing them. And maybe, just maybe one day, your child will write their name, not with permission, but with pride. You wake one morning to the scent of something burning, but not from the kitchen fire. No, this smells acrid dry, like old scrolls catching flame. You step outside and see smoke, curling in the distance, rising from the county seat. People whisper, but no one says the words out loud. You already know. It's another book burning. Not fiction, not rumor, not metaphor. Real books. Bamboo slips inked with history, poetry, philosophy, reduced to ash on orders from the emperor himself. Qin Shi Huang doesn't want competition, especially not from the past. The first emperor believes knowledge should serve the state, not question it. So he orders the destruction of all non-essential texts. Anything not related to medicine, agriculture, or his personal rule is fair game for the fire. Confucian classics? Gone. philosophical debates, toast, histories of rival kingdoms. Shh, not anymore. Your village is far from the capital, but the reach of this decree stretches like a shadow at dusk. The local magistrate receives the order and acts quickly. Teachers are summoned. Scrolls are collected. You watch a trembling scholar hand over a chest of texts he's kept hidden since before the unification. He doesn't cry. He just flinches when they catch fire. Historians still argue how many books were truly destroyed and whether Qin Shi Huang's motivations were rooted in fear strategy or just a deep dislike for librarians. But to you standing barefoot in dust as smoke stains the horizon, the debate feels a bit theoretical. You remember when your uncle showed you an old poem carved onto a fan handle. It talked about moonlight longing and a river that never stops flowing. You asked where it came from. He said long ago and warned you never to repeat it. You whispered it anyway, once under your breath. Now you can't find the fan. The official reason for all this harmony, unity, order. The emperor believes differing opinions create division, and division leads to chaos. One empire, one ruler. One script, one history. Clean, efficient, uncluttered. The problem, of course, is that real life is messy. People remember. They mumble things in corners. They teach their children half stories, watered down, and rearranged into parables. The past survives, just not in the way it used to. Even so, the fear is real. Your neighbor digs a hole beneath his floorboards to hide a single bamboo slip about ancient warfare. He tells no one except his daughter, who tells her friend, who tells a tax assistant. That week, soldiers arrive. The slip is gone by then, but the man is taken anyway. You help his wife hang laundry that day. She doesn't say a word. Her eyes look like they've been watching smoke for hours. There's a fringe tale spreading about a man who memorized an entire book and walks from town to town, reciting it quietly, one line per listener, like passing a secret torch. You wonder if you'll ever meet him. You wonder if he's real. But mostly, you wonder what kind of book is worth that kind of risk. Your child starts asking questions. Why can't we learn those stories? Why are there so many words no one is allowed to say? You hesitate. Then, like any parent trying to protect and not terrify you, say because sometimes grown-ups are afraid of old things. You don't want to lie, but you also don't want to disappear. Even the village scribe starts watching his tongue. He shortens his lessons. He copies only legal forms and grain reports now. You notice he's stopped using certain flourishes in his writing, once fancy hooks, now reduced to dull strokes. He looks older. You hear of cities where entire family libraries were seized and burned, students arrested for quoting banned texts, teachers forced to confess in public squares. Not confessions of crime, but of memory. And it's not just books. People, too, are being erased. You hear about scholars buried alive. Whether that really happened or not, no one's sure. But the threat alone works just fine. Fear makes facts slippery. Your grandmother refuses to speak the names of the old kingdom's Chu Yanjiao. She calls them the fragments now. You ask her once what the name of her birthplace was before the unification. She smiles sad. It was swallowed, she says. You try to keep track of what's safe to say. You make a mental list. Then you make another list of the words you miss. Words like honor choice Y. You carve tiny symbols into the underside of your stool. Not full characters, just lines that suggest meaning. No one else would recognize them, but they're yours. Your secret alphabet, your quiet rebellion. Once on the road, you pass a wall where someone scratched in a line of poetry. Just 5 characters. you recognize too. The others you guess. It reads something like, "The wind remembers more than we do. It's gone the next day, scraped clean." Sometimes you wonder what the emperor is trying to forget, what history he fears will grow back through the cracks. Maybe he thinks if enough scrolls burn, enough scholars vanish, he'll finally rule a people with no past to haunt them. But memory has a way of surviving. It lives in lullabies, in jokes, in kitchen sayings passed from mothers to daughters, in the old man who still calls the capital by its former name when he thinks no one is listening. You don't have scrolls, but you have stories. You tell your child one each night tales of clever foxes of moons that hide secrets of dragons that forget they were once serpents. You lace them with meaning, soft and folded just enough to be felt, not flagged. Because in a world where words burn, whispering becomes sacred, and memory becomes resistance. You hear the drums before you see the soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Not fast, not rushed, just steady like thunder that decided to walk. The whole village freezes. Even the chickens stop scratching at the dirt. A dog whines and disappears behind a stack of firewood, and then they appear. The emperor's men marching down the main road, their armor gleaming like wet stones, their eyes forward and unblinking. Rows of them, black-robed and bronze-helmed weapons at their hips, banners fluttering in the morning breeze. You lower your eyes. Everyone does, because looking too long is risky. You're not supposed to gawk, or whisper, or ask what they're here for. Because under Qin Shi Huang, fear isn't just a feeling, it's policy. The soldiers don't speak. They don't need to. Their presence says it all. Something's about to happen, and you'll find out after it's already begun. One of them peels off and nails a notice to the wooden post by the square. A few brave souls creep up to read it. You wait for someone to translate it aloud, since most people can't read the official script. Finally, a nervous voice says, "New law. Travel restrictions. Increased inspections. Anyone sheltering fugitives will be treated as one." You don't know who these fugitives are. You don't want to know. But now, you do know that if one shows up asking for water, and you give it, you might be chained to a cart by sundown. That's the air you breathe in this empire, tight controlled, and just a little poisonous. There's no war in your village, no uprising, no mobs. But that doesn't mean you're safe. Safety is relative. You're safe as long as you obey, as long as your neighbor obeys, as long as your cousin doesn't say something weird after 2 cups of millet wine. And even then, safety is never guaranteed. The walls have ears. Everyone says that. But what they don't say is sometimes you're the wall. Because the Qin system rewards informants. If you report wrongdoing, real or imagined, you might be praised, promoted, left alone. If you stay quiet, you're guilty too. You saw it happen last season. A young man made a joke about the emperor's quest for immortality. He said something like, "He'll live forever, as long as we pretend he already died." It was clever, too clever. Someone laughed. Someone listened. Someone reported it. He was taken at dawn. No trial, no chance to explain. His mother sobbed so hard she collapsed. His younger sister started talking to her shoes and hasn't stopped since. Historians still argue whether this culture of fear created true loyalty or just long-term trauma. You don't argue. You just scan every face like it might be the last you ever see it. And yet daily life continues. Sort of. You still fetch water, still tend crops. But now you do it a little quieter, a little faster. looking over your shoulder just a little more often. The fear is subtle. It's not always jackboots and shouting. Sometimes it's the silence after someone speaks, the look exchanged between neighbors, the sudden hush when an official walks by. Sometimes it's a missing voice at the market, or the chair that no one touches anymore. There's a fringe belief that Qin Shi Huang built his palace with secret tunnels so he could move unseen, always listening, always watching. You imagine him beneath the ground, crawling like a god with muddy robes and a map of every breath in the empire. You don't know if that's true. But you've started whispering less at night just in case. Even the statues seem to glare. In the village center, there's a stone carving part, lion part, dragon part, something no one can quite name. It's said to be a symbol of imperial power. Kids used to climb it. Now no one touches it. Its eyes follow you. Or maybe that's your imagination. But still you walk around it. And then there are the dreams. You've started dreaming of the emperor. Not as a man, but as a shadow. He doesn't speak. He just stands there, watching. In the dream, your feet won't move. Your voice won't rise. And even the wind seems scared. Your child wakes screaming one night. You hold them close, whispering comfort, even though part of you wants to scream too. Not because of monsters under the bed, but because the real monster built the roads you walk on and the laws that shape your spine. One morning, your friend Lee returns from the capital. He looks thinner, quieter. He was summoned there to deliver grain records. You ask him what it was like. He stares at you for a long moment, then says only, "The silence there is loud." Later he tells you about the statues, massive ones. Some of the emperor, some of ancient animals, some so tall you can see them from miles away. They don't move, but you feel watched, he whispers. There's a kind of fear that seeps into your bones and stays even when you come home. You nod. You felt it too. And yet people endure. They find joy where they can. A baby's laugh, a meal that isn't bland, a night without screaming. They sing under their breath. They trade small jokes that only make sense if you already know the punchline and already know how not to laugh too loudly. You learn to live around fear like moss growing on stone. You don't challenge it, but you don't forget it either. The emperor doesn't have to send soldiers every week. The fear already lives here now, in your breath, your bones, your careful words. And that somehow is more powerful than swords. Because terror doesn't just silence you, it shapes you. You hear the story before you believe it. At first, it's just a whisper passed over turnips at the market. The emperor is searching for eternal life. You smirk. Who isn't in a world full of backbreaking work, disappearing neighbors, and surprise grain taxes who wouldn't want to skip death? But the whispers grow. They start coming from more than just grumbling uncles and wide-eyed children. A traveler from the coast says he saw ships being fitted with strange banners and loaded with gifts. A man from the capital claims court alchemists are melting down rare stones, feeding the emperor strange brews. You don't know what to think. You're just trying to keep your child from chewing on charcoal again. Then one morning, your cousin comes back from a labor draft up north with wild eyes and an even wilder tale. He's building an underground palace, he says, for when he becomes immortal. You blink. You mean after he dies? No, your cousin insists. Instead, Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, the man who carved China into one shape, doesn't want to die. Like at all. He's not planning for an afterlife like normal emperors. He wants to skip the whole dying part and just keep going forever. So now he's pouring resources, not just money, but people, into finding a cure for mortality. And when you say resources, you mean whole fleets, mountainside labs, and scholars forced to abandon their studies of law history, even astronomy, just to figure out how to make the emperor's heartbeat keep beating forever. Historians still argue whether these quests for immortality were sincere political theater or the beginnings of genuine scientific inquiry. But from your dusty field, it just feels like your grain is going to feed a man who's trying to cheat the system everyone else has to follow. You hear names Shu Fu. That's the court magician everyone's talking about. He supposedly leads a fleet east to find the mythical Isles of the Immortals, a place where sacred herbs grow and no one ever sneezes again. You imagine him sailing into mist with hundreds of children and craftspeople all handpicked to follow a dream and probably never return. They say Shu Fu sent word back that he needed more supplies. You wonder if that's true, or if he just decided to stay wherever he landed. You wouldn't blame him. Then come the pills. Your neighbor, who works as a cleaner in the county physician's quarters, swears she saw them. Mercury-based pellets wrapped in silk and handed only to the emperor and his inner circle. He thinks they'll make him eternal, she whispers. They're making him shimmer. You're not sure what that means. But shimmer doesn't sound healthy. Fringe belief in your village claims that if someone becomes immortal, the gods must take a life in exchange. Balance, the old healer says. You don't get to outsmart the cycle without paying the toll. You ask what the toll would be for cheating death entirely. She just looks at you with tired eyes and says, probably all of us. And honestly, it's starting to feel like that. The Emperor's projects are getting stranger. More people drafted, more grain requisitioned, more caravans heading to the capital, their carts full of rare minerals, herbs, and items no one can pronounce, and all for one man's heartbeat. One morning, you wake to find your spouse staring at the cooking fire, their face lit with a red-orange glow. You think he's really doing it, they ask softly, becoming immortal. You shrug. He's the emperor. He can do anything right. Neither of you laugh. You remember when you believed emperors were chosen by heaven. You were a child, and the phrase mandate of heaven sounded so majestic. Now you wonder if the heavens are rolling their eyes. The edicts keep coming sharper and stranger. Any item with supposed healing properties is subject to seizure by the state. People start hiding their medicinal roots, their favorite teas. Your cousin buries a jade pendant said to warm the blood. You bury the rumor. You see new statues erected not of gods or heroes, but of the emperor himself. Stiff, expressionless, eternal. You look into those blank stone eyes and wonder, does he see us or just himself forever? Sometimes the court's obsession trickles down. Your neighbor starts making his own elixir, using deer antler dust and pickled onions. It tingles, he tells you proudly. He's missing 2 teeth by the following week. You dream of the emperor again. This time, he's drinking something that glows. His skin peels away like onion layers, and underneath, there's another version of him, identical, untouched, smiling. You wake up sweating. A passing monk tells your village that real immortality is through virtue. Live a good life, he says. Be remembered. That's how you defeat death. He's quietly escorted out of town the next day. But despite everything, the rumors, the edicts, the disappearances, some part of you gets it. Death is scary. Even more so when you rule everything and still know you'll be just another name carved into stone. You wonder what the emperor dreams about in his palace. Does he see his own funeral? Does he fear silence more than rebellion? Does he think about how the wind will keep blowing long after his statues have cracked and his name becomes a quiz question? And you wonder if he did find the secret, would he share it? You already know the answer. And so, you get up the next day, cook your millet, patch your robe, swallow your bitter root tea, and you smile just a little, because you may not live forever, but at least you're not drinking mercury. You're hauling grain again. The cart creaks behind you, the wheels spitting dust as you trudge toward the collection point. It's the fourth trip this week. Your back aches, your knees mutter curses, and your hands, blistered and wrapped in torn cloth, grip the yoke with that numb determination you now recognize as life under the chin. But something's different this time. As you approach the storage depot, you notice carts lined up from across the province, not just from your village, but from others far and wide. A woman you recognize from downriver is arguing with an official over weight measurements. A man with only one hand stares at his cargo like he's sending it off to war. Everyone's sweating, anxious, not quite sure why this much grain is being stockpiled so quickly. Then someone leans in and whispers, "It's for the tomb." You blink. What tomb? They look at you like you just asked what fire is, the emperor's, and suddenly you understand. This isn't a storage campaign. It's a harvest for the dead. You've heard the rumors before, but you thought they were just market gossip tales to pass time while weighing beans. But no, it's real. The first emperor is building something enormous beneath the earth. A resting place fit not for a man, but for a god. And not just a tomb, a world. You hear numbers, thousands of workers, decades of construction, whole hillsides hollowed out, rivers redirected. Some say there's an underground palace lit with lamps of whale oil. Others claim a ceiling embedded with stars, a ground paved in mercury rivers that mimic the Yellow and Yangtze. Historians still argue how much of this is true, and how much has been polished by later dynasties. But from the way your grain is being seized faster than ever, and the way workers keep disappearing into the capital without returning, you figure probably more than you'd like. And then someone says two words that stop your breath mid-exhale: clay soldiers. Apparently deep beneath the earth, the emperor is commissioning an entire army of life-size warriors to guard him in death. Not statues, soldiers, sculpted with terrifying detail, each face unique, each weapon precise, each stance frozen in eternal readiness. You scoff at first, until one day, while you're hauling bricks near a roadside quarry, you see one being transported. It's just a torso, cracked, half-wrapped in straw, but even like that, it's chilling. The cheekbones, the furrowed brow, the way the hand is molded to grip a real weapon. It's not art, it's intent. Someone sculpted this thing with purpose, and someone is paying for it with your millet. You imagine the emperor sitting on a throne, surrounded by advisors, nodding furiously as they explain how to make death his most impressive project yet. You imagine him saying, "Let them fear me for eternity." You imagine the sculptors bending over clay, shaping lips that will never speak, eyes that will never blink. You hear from a friend of a friend that some of the sculptors were buried alive inside the tomb to preserve its secrets. Fringe rumor. Maybe. But given how tightly the guards are locking down access, how no one returns from these jobs, and how your cousin sprinted away when asked to join the transport team, you're not taking chances. One day, a local scribe is overheard saying, "Why does a man need an army in death? Unless he knows he ruled by fear in life, he's gone by morning. His house is reassigned, the ink still drying on his confiscated scrolls." You say nothing, but you do think. You think about the sheer scale of it, the labor, the lives spent shaping clay into helmets, boots, fingernails, the heat of the kilns, the endless hauling, the exhaustion etched into every finished figure. And most of all, the silence. You picture the moment when the tomb is finally sealed, the last torch extinguished, the stone slabs lowered, and all those soldiers standing in rows, locked in the dark, waiting. For what? For who you sit at home that night, staring into your cooking fire, imagining them in the earth beneath your feet. Stone eyes, stone mouths, frozen in duty. And you wonder, does the emperor think that makes him immortal? Does surrounding yourself with statues of loyalty make you less alone, or just remind you that you always were? There's a quiet rebellion in your thoughts now, one you dare not speak, not even to your spouse, but it's there, because you've paid for that army with your grain, your strength, your father's years, your cousin's disappearance. And the next time you pass a supply cart headed to the capital, you mutter under your breath, "He may rule forever, but I still breathe." You keep moving, because the tomb isn't finished, and neither are you. The letter arrives wrapped in bamboo slats, its script curling like vines. It's sealed with wax impressive official looking, but the hands that deliver it are shaking. You recognize the courier from your cousin's village 2 provinces away. He bows low, hands you the message, and says nothing more than from him. You didn't know if he'd ever write back. Your cousin, the one with the too sharp tongue and a knack for sketching birds with 4 brush strokes left nearly a year ago, drafted to serve in the Southern Territories, something about a road building project, or canal fortifications, or maybe tree clearing. The details change depending on who's telling it. You thought he might have been swallowed by the system, like so many others. But here it is proof he's still alive. You unroll the slats, careful not to crack them. The characters are rushed, but legible, and what they describe stops you mid-breath. The empire, as it turns out, is bigger than you imagined. He writes about the southern provinces, lush, humid buzzing, with strange insects and stranger fruit. Trees the height of towers, rivers as wide as whole villages. He says the locals speak a language he doesn't understand, that the food is spiced and oily, and that monkeys once stole his sandals. You smile, startled to feel joy. But the letter isn't just travel tales. It's a window into what Qin Shi Huang has truly built. He describes the road wide enough for 6 carts to pass, paved with stone, and flanked by distance markers carved with the imperial seal. The state courier system, he writes, is so efficient you can send a message across the empire in less than a month, assuming your courier doesn't eat it or vanish. The first emperor didn't just conquer the land, he connected it. Standardized weights measures axle widths for carts. Currency that works from the Yellow River to the edge of the jungle. It's not poetic, it's not kind, but it works. Historians still argue whether the Qin standardization unified the people or just made it easier to control them. You read your cousin's words and realize it did both. He says he met workers from as far west as Longxi and as far east as the Shandong coast. They all speak differently, wear different robes, eat different grain, but they carry the same coins, bow to the same seal, know the same name, Qin Shi Huang. And they're all tired. He talks about the heat, the mosquitoes, the rations, but also about something else, a feeling he can't name, like being part of a machine. Not a bad machine necessarily, just one so big that no one can see the edges. You finish reading and sit for a long time. Outside, your child is chasing a chicken that doesn't want to be caught. The air smells like overcooked millet. The sun blinks through the clouds like it's trying to stay awake. And in your lap rests the story of a cousin who's seen more of the empire than you ever will. You reread it that night by oil lamp. Slowly, carefully. You memorize the curve of his handwriting, the way he drew a tiny doodle of a crane next to his name, proof that he's still him, even under all the dust and orders and sweat. Your spouse asks, "Does he sound all right?" You pause. He sounds awake. Because there's a kind of sleepwalking that settles into people here day after day of sameness, of unbending rules of whispered fear. And yet your cousin's words pulse with something else. Exhaustion, yes. But also wonder, curiosity, maybe even pride. He writes, "There's a hill here, shaped like a lion crouching. The locals call it Emperor's Watchdog. No one climbs it. They say it sees everything." You chuckle. Of course it does. Everything in this empire sees everything. And yet your cousin saw it too, not as a threat, but as a story. That matters. He ends the letter with, "If I don't write again, it means I've gone farther." You don't know if that means farther in distance or the other kind of farther, but you nod to the words anyway. The next day, you show the letter to the village scribe. He asks if he can copy parts of it. You hesitate, then nod. Quietly, because there's power in sharing a voice that hasn't yet been silenced. People gather around to hear the letter read aloud, eyes wide at the mention of distant lands, jungle rivers, sticky air. A boy asks if there are dragons there. A woman wonders aloud if the emperor has built a second palace in the south. You don't answer. You just hold the letter tighter. That night, you scratch your own reply into a thin slip of bamboo. You thank your cousin. Tell him the pigs are still loud. That your child can now count to 30. That your uncle claims he saw a fox with a white tail, which means either luck or bad weather. You don't say everything. You can't. Not safely. But you let him know you're still breathing. You tie the letter with twine and give it to the next courier passing through. He bows and tucks it into his pack. As he walks away, you whisper, "Farther." Because the empire is massive. It's terrifying. It's efficient. It's unnatural in its unity. But sometimes, through all the stone and fear, a letter still finds you. And it feels like a hand reaching through the dust. You're weeding your field when the whispers begin again. Low, cautious, but spreading like wildfire wrapped in silk. Someone attacked a tax convoy in the western hills. Bandits number rebels. You straighten slowly, heart-thumping. Rebels. The word crackles in the air like thunder in dry brush. You glance over your shoulder. No guards, no scribes. Just neighbors pretending they're not listening while pretending to work. You go back to weeding, but your ears stay wide open. The rumors swirl in half sentences and nervous glances. A granary torched in the south. An official ambushed on the way to report to the capital. A village refusing to surrender its able-bodied men to another labor draft. And the strangest one of all, a man calling himself Heaven's Will, claiming the emperor's time is over. You want to ignore it. Pretend it's just stories again, the kind people tell when they're hungry and tired and full of quiet rage. But something feels different this time. Sharper, closer. Your uncle leans in that night, whispering across the fire. It's happening more. They say the mountains are full of them now. Farmers with blades, old soldiers who never left the battlefield. even some scholars who didn't burn. He smiles, not with joy, but with teeth. You ask, do you think they'll win? He shrugs. They're not trying to win yet, just trying to be seen. And suddenly, the tension in the village makes sense. The soldiers pass through more often now, marching faster, eyes darting more. Inspections grow harsher. The local magistrate starts coming down to the market himself. He never used to do that. His robes are pressed, his tone is tight, and he says things like gratitude and loyalty, as if they're weapons. Historians still argue whether these early rebellions were coordinated or just isolated sparks. But to you out here, where things catch fire faster than they're put out, it's clear something's shifting. Something cracked. You hear about one rebel group wearing red sashes, another black feathers. You hear about coded songs passed between villages' drums, used to signal safe crossings. Bread loaves baked with slashes to mark directions. Fringe beliefs return with a vengeance. People say a spirit from the Zhou dynasty is rising to punish the emperor for his arrogance. Some claim the souls of burned scholars haunt the roads guiding rebels with ghost light. Others talk of stars moving out of alignment, a bad omen for rulers, a good one for the brave. You don't know if it's real, but you want it to be. One night, you find a slip of bamboo tucked under a basket near the shrine stone. No name, just 5 characters. The fire is not out. You burn it immediately. You're not foolish. But your hands tremble, and your heart, it beats a little faster. Then one morning, a stranger appears at the edge of the village. Not dressed like a merchant, not a soldier, not a tax official, just a man, dusty sunburned, with a scar along his jaw and calm eyes. He speaks to no one, just buys some dried turnip and leaves. But later, the village elder finds a symbol drawn behind the grain shed, a circle broken at the top. You pretend not to notice, but your spouse notices you pretending. Would you leave? They ask softly that night. If it really started, you don't answer right away. Because the idea, the possibility of rebellion, is both thrilling and terrifying. What happens if you join and lose? What happens if you don't join and they win? And beneath it all, what happens if you stay exactly where you are and nothing changes? The drums in the hills begin at night, distant, irregular. Not the army's steady thud, something older, wilder. You lie awake counting the beats. 1, 2, pause. 1, 2, 3. You tell yourself it's nothing. Just echo. Just animals. But your dreams start shifting. You see the emperor again. But this time he's running. No robes, no crown. Just a man with tired eyes clutching scrolls that fall from his hands like feathers. Behind him, fire. Ahead of him, darkness. And somewhere, far off, laughter, not mocking, but relieved. You wake up sweating. The next day, the tax collector is unusually pleasant. He jokes about the weather, takes only half your grain quota. Everyone notices. No one says anything. Later, your friend Lee returns from the north with news a patrol was ambushed near a roadside. 20 dead. The survivors never saw the attackers' faces. Just arrows from the trees, smoke bombs, and singing. They're not hiding anymore, he says. You wonder if the Empire has noticed. Of course it has. More soldiers arrive. The rules tighten. A young boy is whipped for drawing a mountain with 3 lines. Some say it was a rebel signal. His mother screams. No one intervenes. But after that, people start sweeping their doorsteps in a different pattern. They tie bits of red string to their belts. They speak more in metaphor, less in fear. You know it's dangerous, but you also know what it feels like when fear starts cracking. The wall doesn't fall in one blow. It crumbles stone by stone from the inside. And here, in the quiet mist of the hills, you begin to feel the tremble. Something is coming. And for the first time, you hope it does. It begins with silence. Not the soft kind that settles over a village at night, but a wrong silence, heavy, waiting unfinished. One morning you wake up and something's off. The tax collector doesn't show. The soldiers who usually patrol the main road haven't passed in 2 days. Even the magistrate's assistant, who normally yells at the air just for practice, is nowhere to be seen. At first, people are cautious. You whisper questions behind bundles of straw. Did something happen? Is someone important dead? Was there another ambush? Then a rumor arrives on the breath of a traveler. The first emperor is dead. You don't believe it. He's not supposed to die. You say it aloud. Once, quietly. The emperor died. And the words feel foreign in your mouth, like something you're not supposed to say without a drum roll or a lightning strike. Because how could he die? Qin Shi Huang, the man who ordered heaven to kneel, who burned the past and carved roads into the future, who drank mercury and buried his fears under clay, just gone, no fanfare. No citywide announcement. No sky splitting in half, but the silence keeps growing. A week passes. Then another. Soldiers start reappearing, but they look tense, disoriented. Their uniforms rumpled, their orders inconsistent. One demands food. Another apologizes. You stare at him like he's grown feathers. That's when people really start whispering. And this time, the rumors are messier. They say the emperor died on a tour of the eastern provinces, collapsed on the road, choking on his own breath. Some say it was sickness. Others say the elixirs turned on him. A few whisper he was cursed by the ghosts of burned books and buried scholars. Historians still debate the exact cause of his death. Was it illness poison? A slow creeping madness from all that mercury? But you standing in the village square with dust on your knees and a sickle in your hand, just think he died far away, and they didn't tell us. And the longer they don't tell you, the worse it feels. Because if the emperor really died, shouldn't there be mourning banners? Shouldn't officials be in black robes? Shouldn't a great bell toll across the mountains? Instead, you hear about a traveling carriage with sealed windows full of rotting fish to cover the smell of a decomposing body inside. They say his advisors tried to hide his death for weeks, maybe longer, so they could control the succession. So the empire wouldn't collapse mid-procession. So fear could keep flowing, even after the man behind it had stopped breathing. You realize they kept the emperor alive even after he wasn't. And that thought, small and terrifying, burrows into your mind like a splinter you can't remove. Your neighbor, always a careful man, looks at the sky one evening and says, "It's lighter." You ask, "What is the fear?" He replies, then spits, and walks away before he has to explain. You see signs. The tax quotas aren't enforced as strictly. Soldiers look uncertain, like actors forgetting their lines. Officials bicker in public instead of whispering behind screens. The structure is still standing, but something beneath it is shaking. You hear of palace power struggles. The emperor's son, not the strong one, not the favored one, is declared heir. But no one believes he rules. The eunuch Zhao Gao, a name you've only recently learned to say without spitting, is said to be pulling the strings, forcing decrees, purging dissenters. You don't know who really leads now. But it's not Qin Shi Huang. The clay army guards a corpse in silence, and the living are starting to talk. A rebel band passes near your village, quiet and efficient. They don't loot. They leave behind a poem etched in the dirt. When stone crumbles, the roots still grow. You memorize it, because now everything feels different. The men in the square speak louder. Your aunt starts telling stories from the old kingdoms again. Your cousin draws a map on the wall, marking the roads and rivers no longer patrolled. People are still afraid, but now they're choosing when to be. You even hear someone laugh at the emperor's name. Not mockery, not defiance. Just a tired chuckle, like someone's realizing a fear they've carried their whole life no longer fits. And at night, you dream of him again. But this time, Qin Shi Huang doesn't watch. He runs. His face is a blur. His robe is torn. And behind him, the world is blooming green vines tearing through stone, whispered names rising from forgotten scrolls. You wake up with dirt under your nails and don't remember digging. Later, your child asks, "Is the emperor still alive?" You look at them for a long moment, then say, "Not anymore." And it's not just a fact, it's a release. You step outside. The sky hasn't changed. The grain still needs harvesting. The roof still leaks. But something's been lifted. The first emperor is gone. And the empire is wobbling. The roads are quieter now, but not in the peaceful way. It's the kind of quiet you hear before a storm finally admits it's coming. You walk the same path to the fields, the market, the river, but everything hums differently. Like the very ground knows something shifting underfoot. The first emperor is dead. They've confirmed it now officially. The royal court made the announcement weeks late, cloaked in flowery words and stiff ceremony. But by the time word reached your village, the grief had already spoiled. No one cried. They put up a proclamation near the magistrate's office, carved into bamboo, lacquered with red paint. May his eternal work continue without end. You stared at it for a long time, wondering how something eternal could be carried by people who look so very tired. And then came the collapse. Not all at once, no crumbling towers or flaming palaces, not yet. But bit by bit, like ice melting from the center. Rebellions grew bolder. Provinces stopped sending grain. People stopped bowing quite so deeply. And the statues? Well, they kept standing, but the fear that gave them power began to peel. In your village, things move both too fast and not fast enough. The magistrate disappears one night, just gone. No explanation, no blood, no ceremony. Someone leaves his hat on the shrine stone with a chicken feather tucked in it. You don't ask what it means. The guards argue among themselves. Two defect. One returns later in different robes asking for food and information. And the people, your people, start breathing like they'd forgotten how. Not freely, not recklessly, but like someone slowly loosening a belt after years of clenching. You still work, still farm, still eat your boring millet porridge. But you also do something new. You talk about things you were never supposed to talk about. Your cousin starts reading aloud from old bamboo slips long hidden, Confucian proverbs, historical epics, even poetry, at first just to your family, then to neighbors. Then the whole village gathers one-night lanterns swaying, listening to words that had once been illegal. No one interrupts. You don't know what will happen next. No one does. The emperor's son, the new ruler, he's a shadow, a puppet. Zhao Gao rules behind the curtain, pulling strings until the curtain starts burning. Word travels that rebellions are no longer hiding. They're storming cities, claiming banners, tearing down road markers with the emperor's name on them. Historians still argue whether the fall of the Qin was inevitable or rushed by a handful of bad choices. But for you standing beneath a sky that feels one shade brighter, the answer is less important than the feeling. The empire that ruled your breath, your sweat, your silence, it's cracking. You pass a marker stone one day, the kind built along the great roads, all measured with identical tools, all bearing the same square characters. Someone has scratched out the imperial seal. In its place, a flower, carved crudely, but clearly. You smile. You still feel fear, of course. Rebellion brings war. War brings chaos. Some say another emperor will rise, one even worse. Others say the Qin will hold on bloody, but intact. There are too many opinions, too many uncertainties. But you notice something. People walk straighter, speak fuller, laugh longer. And the children your child now draw pictures of dragons and mountains and questions. Not statues, not soldiers. And questions, you realize, are a kind of hope. One morning, you walk the same road your father once did, barefoot and exhausted. But now you do it carrying a satchel with grain and a scroll. A real one, not state-issued. A story written in an old style passed down through hands that refuse to forget. You sit beneath a tree and read it aloud to your child. No one stops you. Because the first emperor, for all his power, could not live forever, could not burn every word, could not erase every memory. He shaped the world. You can't deny that. He unified it with iron and fire, with brilliance and cruelty. He built roads that still carry you forward, laws that still echo in courtrooms, a tomb so vast even the earth still keeps part of him. But you kept living. You kept the warmth in stories, the wisdom in whispers, the resistance in remembering. And now the legacy you sleep beneath is yours to reshape. You stand one evening at the edge of the fields. The sun sets red and gold over the mountains. Smoke rises from cook fires. A child laughs. Someone plays a flute, off-key, but honest. The emperor is gone, but the people remain, still breathing, still planting, still dreaming. And tomorrow you'll wake again, pull on your old robe, sharpen your hoe, share a joke, sing an outlawed song, and keep building a life one step beyond the shadow. Because emperors fall, but people endure. Let your breath slow. Let your shoulders soften. The roads are quiet now. The fire has burned low, and only the soft sounds of night remain, the rustle of wind through the fields, the quiet splash of a river beyond the trees, and the gentle hum of crickets whispering that morning is still far away. You sit beneath the stars, those same stars that watched Qin Shi Huang rise, rule, and fall, and you realize everything that felt so heavy, so permanent, eventually gives way to something else, to new stories, to new steps taken in old dust. Close your eyes and feel the cool earth beneath your fingers. The air smells like clay, like grain, like something waiting to grow. The fear is quieter now, the silence softer. No drums, no orders, no sharp shadows. Just breath. In, out. You are still here. Still part of something. Not an empire, not a wall, not a legend carved into bronze, but something smaller, stronger, human. You've walked through fields of labor corridors, of fear markets filled with watching eyes. You've felt the weight of history on your back and kept walking anyway. And now it's time to rest. Let the empire fade behind you. Let the stars keep watch for a while. You've done enough for today. Tomorrow will come, as it always does. But tonight, just breathe. You are safe. You are home. And you are free to dream.